Of real property may have a detrimental effect on the bargaining position of the town, and the chair so declares an executive session therefore to be necessary. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye. John Van Scoyac.
Aye.
Paul Warren.
Aye.
David Perlman.
Aye.
Michael Rubenstein.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. We'll be back after our executive session meeting.
Recording stopped.
Good evening. I'm Bernard Green, Chair of the Brookline Select Board, and this is the regular meeting of the Select Board for March 24th, 2026. Let's start off with announcements from the Select Board. Any announcements? Michael.
The MBTA is holding an open house on Monday, March 30th about the MBTA C Branch Station Accessibility Project. This project will upgrade several stations along the C Branch to make them compliant with the Americans with Disabilities Act. The MBTA will share information with the public and to answer questions about the construction's impacts of the construction, etc. And the meeting will be held from 5:30 to 7:30 p.m. at Town Hall in room 103. If you have further questions, you can also contact the MBTA at publicengagement@mbta.com.
Okay, thank you, Michael. Any other announcements or updates from the Select Board? Okay. Next, public comment. Melanie, please read the rules, and we can start on public comment. Not for the override,
No.
okay, which will be a hearing later on in the meeting.
Thank you for joining us for public comment. This is an opportunity for us to hear your perspective on the issues in Brookline that matter to you. Each person speaking tonight is limited to 3 minutes. You don't need to use the entire time, but you may if you like. Once 15 minutes has been met, there is an opportunity at the conclusion of the Select Board's business for additional comments. Members of the public sometimes raise questions during public comment. We may be able to provide a quick answer to a question, but are more likely to work with staff to get a more thorough answer and respond over email. The on-screen timer will flash orange when you have 30 seconds remaining and red when your time is nearly up. Please conclude your remarks at that time. If you have more to say, you are welcome to send an email to board members expressing your thoughts in greater detail. Any person wishing to speak must begin their comment by identifying themselves with their full name, either their Brookline precinct number or street address, and the specific topic on which they wish to speak. The board encourages but does not require that remote users turn their video on when commenting. We didn't have anybody signed up prior.
Okay, is there anyone in the audience who'd like to speak on matters not including the override? Seeing none, we'll move on to the next item on our agenda, which is presentation of citation to Ken Liss of the Brookline Historical Society. I don't believe he's in the oh,
He's here. All right.
okay. Oh, you're, cut off, you're obstructing the view of Ken Liss. Okay. Okay. So what I'd like to do is to read the citation because people should know about your contributions to our community. And this is a great place to let the public know that. And then I'll give you the citation. Brookline Select Board expressing its appreciation to Ken Liss for his exemplary service and scholarship in preserving and sharing the history of Brookline. Whereas the Brookline Select Board rightfully honors those exemplary Brookline residents whose civic work, scholarship, and leadership have enriched the cultural and civic life of our town. And whereas Ken Liss has served for many years as president of the Brookline Historical Society, leading the organization in its mission to preserve, interpret, and promote Brookline's heritage. And whereas, under the leadership of Ken Liss, the Historical Society has maintained and interpreted Brookline's historic properties, including the Edward Devotion House, one of the town's oldest colonial-era structures and headquarters of the Society, as well as the Widow Harris House and the Putterham School at Lars Anderson Park, thereby preserving tangible links to Brookline's colonial and early history. And whereas Ken Liss has developed and led walking tours and virtual tours of Brookline neighborhoods and commercial corridors, such as a century and a half of shopping in Coolidge Corner, bringing to life the stories of the people and places that have shaped our community. And whereas Ken Liss has overseen the Historical Society's expansion of online resources, making Brookline's history widely accessible through digital archives, photo collections, neighborhood histories, and innovated then and now features. Whereas Ken Liss has contributed important research on topics of civic and social significance, including the study of Brookline's racially restrictive covenants, published as Thomas Aspinwall Davis, Amos Lawrence, and Brookline Racial Covenants, which have helped the town and its residents confront difficult aspects of our past with honesty and rigor. And whereas Ken Liss has worked with other local public historians and educators to provide historical details and documentation for their projects, such as Hidden Brookline, which provides walking tours and uncovers and educates the public about the history of enslaved people in the town and the efforts of town residents to undermine and abolish slavery. And whereas Ken Liss has served as an important and vital public historian, giving lectures, writing extensively for the Historical Society's website, and contributing articles and commentary to Brookline News and other local outlets where his Brookline past and present features have illuminated the historical context of contemporary issues, and whereas Ken List has worked in partnership with town officials, schools, civic groups, and cultural institutions such as the Public Library of Brookline, using history to strengthen community connections and inform public discourse, and whereas through these many, many contributions, Ken List has helped generations of residents and students engage more fully with Brookline's unique past, deepened civic understanding of the town's development, and inspired appreciation for the role of history in shaping our collective identity. Now, therefore, in consideration of the foregoing, on this, well, we voted this a couple weeks ago. Okay, so I'll say on this 6th day of January 2026, the Brookline Select Board, on behalf of the residents of Brookline, hereby acknowledges, commends, and thanks Kenneth Ken List for his outstanding and sustained contributions to the town of Brookline's historical preservation, public education, and civic life, and expresses its deepest gratitude for his scholarship, stewardship, and leadership. So.
Congratulations.
Congratulations. Okay.
Go, you should come to the podium so people can hear you.
To the podium.
Podium, Ken.
When I was asked 8 years ago to take the position as head of the Brookline Historical Society, I reluctantly agreed to take that position, actually just to join the board, and 3 years later to take the role of president. And I thought, I'll do that shortly. And 7 years later, more than that, I became the president, and I'm still the president. And that kind of surprises me and allows me to enjoy what I really love about history, about telling stories, all kinds of stories to many kinds of people. I've been having some injuries that have limited what I can do, but I really love Brookline. I love telling stories, and I love telling stories about Brookline. And I continue to be the head of the Brookline Historical Society, which surprises me, but that I really enjoy telling stories, learning more about this town that we all love. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Ken.
So it's very important to know about the hidden gems in Brookline. People who provide, in Ken List's case, stories about our town that are both interesting as well as important for us to understand our past so we can go forward into our future knowingly as opposed to blindly. So thank you, Ken. So. Okay, miscellaneous calendar. First, we have acknowledgement of March 31st, 2026 as Transgender Day of Visibility. And Michael is going to read a proclamation.
Okay. This is a proclamation from the Brookline Select Board on International Transgender Day of Visibility, March 31st, 2026. Whereas in November 2025, town meeting urged the Select Board to proclaim March 31st, 2026, and this date thereafter as Transgender Day of Visibility. And whereas the town of Brookline is committed to honoring the dignity, resilience, and vital contributions of transgender residents, workers, students, and community members. And whereas yearly on March 31st, many around the world observe Transgender Day of Visibility to celebrate the lives and many contributions of transgender individuals globally and to bring awareness to the challenges the community faces, such as discrimination, poverty, and violence at disproportionate levels. And whereas national advocacy organizations highlight the importance of uplifting transgender voices, sharing stories that foster understanding, and encourage communities to stand firmly against prejudice in all forms. And whereas communities across the country commemorate this day through visible demonstrations of support, including educational programming, community gatherings, and symbolic activities such as flag raisings to create space, affirmation, and a sense of belonging for transgender people. And now, therefore, the Select Board of the Town of Brookline hereby proclaims March 31st, 2026 as International Transgender Day of Visibility and encourages all Brookline residents to promote inclusion, challenge discrimination, uplift transgender voices, and ensure that Brookline remains a welcoming, affirming, and safe community for all. Signed by the 5 members of the Brookline Select Board.
Thank you, Michael. Okay, next, we'll go to our miscellaneous calendar. And first, question of approving the following meeting minutes, March 10, 2026, and March 17, 2026, which was our workshop last week. Any corrections to those minutes?
So I had submitted some corrections. Did you get them?
Kate?
I'm sorry, I thought I submitted them to you and Kate.
Okay, were they non-substantive?
I'm sorry. I think there was one that was substantive.
We'll trust you.
Okay.
So I move approval as amended of the minutes for March 10 and March 17, 2026. Unless there are objections, I move approval. All in favor, John Van Scoyac.
Aye.
Paul Warren.
Aye.
David Perlman.
Aye.
Michael Rubenstein.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Next, I'd like to take items 6C through 6O in omnibus fashion, unless someone would like to pull one of those out for further discussion. Any takers on that? No? Okay,
Excuse me.
yes.
Do we also have to approve 6A?
Oh. I guess we do.
Okay.
Thank you.
Good point.
Okay. I move approval of the, was it called a petition or a proclamation?
Proclamation.
Proclamation.
I move approval of the proclamation acknowledging March 31st, 2026 as Transgender Day of Visibility. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye. John Van Scoyac.
Aye.
Paul Warren.
Aye.
David Perlman.
Aye.
Michael Rubenstein.
Aye.
And chair votes aye. Thank you. Overlooked that. Okay, so we're back to items 6C through 6O, which I'd like to take in omnibus fashion unless someone wants to pull something out for a deeper discussion. Seeing none, I move approval of items 6C through 6O. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye. John Van Scoyac.
Aye.
Paul Warren.
Aye.
David Perlman.
Aye.
Michael Rubenstein.
Aye.
And chair votes aye. Let's go to our main calendar. First item, police chief contract. Question of approving and executing a successor agreement with Chief of Police Jennifer Pastard. Do you want to talk about that?
Sure. I just want to say thank you very much to the chief for her ongoing excellent work with the department. Her leadership has really just been stellar. We're very grateful for the steady hand that she's provided, the work that she's done. Since becoming chief, she has ensured that the department has been staffed, that policies and procedures have been updated, that the finances have been updated, that the command staff is fully engaged. It's just a really it's been a really wonderful past 3 years. It's hard to believe it's been 3 years, but I just want to say how grateful we are for the chief's work, and wonderful it is that she's agreed to stay on with us for another 3 years. The contract language is contained within. It's been reviewed by HR and by town council. It's been signed off on, and we're very excited to continue our work with Chief Pastor.
Thank you. And as some of us know, Chief Pastor came into the position during very, very rough times. And she's really taken hold of the police department and given it direction and done all the little details that Chaz mentioned that are essential to a successful and effective police department. So I thank her for that. I'm sure other board members agree. So.
And the chief is online. Chief, if you want to say anything, you don't have to. When they renewed my contract, I didn't say anything.
But you didn't come in during such troubled times.
No, that's true. But you
No,
were,
I will. Where'd you go? I wasn't planning on it, but I will just be brief and thank you all for your ongoing support and leadership. And it is a position held by just one person, but I've never felt alone. And it hasn't always been the case, but for me, I have always felt truly supported. So thank you.
Thank you. So I move approval of the police chief's contract. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye. John Van Scoyac.
Aye.
Paul Warren.
Aye.
David Perlman.
aye.
Michael Rubenstein.
Aye.
And chair votes aye. Thank you. Next, we're going to, this will be a quick discussion. We're going to have an override discussion and hearing.
No, you skipped something.
Did I miss something?
Yeah, yeah.
Number 9.
Sorry. Oh, okay. This is license violations, a public hearing.
Yes.
A continuation of the licensing panel hearing on alleged license violation by 7 subs. No renewal application was submitted. And continuation of the license panel hearing on alleged license violations by Marucci Select, who failed the fire department inspection. So who's going to present that?
Well, first, let's talk about 7 subs. Is there a representative here from 7 subs? The business 7 subs? If you're online, you can use the raise hand feature. Okay, 7 subs unfortunately did not submit a renewal of their application. We had a public hearing on this last Wednesday. They did not appear. We continued that hearing to this meeting in order for you to render a final decision. Since they didn't submit a renewal of the application, my recommendation is that you deem them closed, and that if we see them operating, we'll have to close for now, and we'll move on from there.
Okay, so deem them closed, also canceling their license?
Well, their license, they haven't renewed the license, so technically they have no license to cancel. But we, given that they have been an operating business, we've made several efforts to contact them. Melanie has reached out. We reached out to someone who said they knew the owner. We've been trying every which way we can to get in touch with them, but they have not responded. So Paul had a question.
Yeah, Paul?
That was going to be my question. Are they open still, or?
Our understanding is that they are currently open, but that the owner has. We've tried every address we have. We've tried. We heard from another business owner that they may be out of state. We reached out to them. We tried to get in touch. We have not been successful in locating them.
Okay.
Unfortunately, we have no other option at this point. But my hope is that if they do still want to continue operating, and we tell them that they need to close, that they'll come back to us in short order.
Okay, so they still have that opportunity?
Yes,
Okay,
yes.
thank you.
Okay, so they're operating without authority now.
So we will,
Okay,
we'll,
we can say-
After the vote.
if with the board's approval, I'd like to authorize us to just tell them that they're operating without a license and close them down.
Any other questions?
Well, for people who are wondering, where is this one located? I think I see an address, 1665 Beacon Street,
Yes.
Is that it?
Yep.
Yeah, okay. So it's something like Washington Square area maybe,
Yep.
or, yeah, okay.
Okay, I move that we declare the business 7 subs to be closed. And I guess we don't have to say anything more than that.
No, but again,
Okay.
they can apply to renew. We will do everything we can to keep them in our in our wheelhouse, but
Okay.
they need to get it back to us.
Okay, so all in favor of that declaration, please indicate by saying aye. John Van Scoyac,
Aye.
Paul Warren,
Aye.
David Perlman,
Aye.
Michael Rubenstein.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Next, we have continuation of licensing panel hearing on alleged license violation by Marucci Select. And I see we have a representative from the fire department.
Yes,
who's
sir.
going to-
Deputy Chief Todd Cantor. I run the Fire Prevention Office for the Fire Department.
Could you speak directly into the mic?
Oh, sorry. Deputy Chief Todd Cantor. I run the Fire Prevention Office for the Fire Department.
Okay.
Thanks for coming, Chief. Can you, first off, do we have a representative from Marucci Select here? Yes. Hi, good afternoon, or good evening. Thank you. Hold on one second. So, Chief, could you tell us a little bit about the inspection here?
Absolutely. As part of our licensing inspections, we initially visited Mariucci on November 20th. The inspector found that their hood suppression system was in a non-compliant status. He continually went there for, I believe, 4 more occasions, and most recently on March 4th, it still was in a non-compliant status, and it shouldn't be being used at this point, so
Okay.
we couldn't
Okay.
approve them.
Can we hear from the business, if that's okay?
Yep.
If you'd just like to come up to the microphone and tell us a little bit about your efforts to be in compliance with this?
I'm here on the on behalf of the owner of the business once again. My
Could
name
you
is Ayako
speak
Garrett.
directly into the mic so that
Yes.
you can
Sorry.
pick up on our...
So the violation issue's been resolved. We had a technician came out. I have all the documentation over here. We hired the company called Impact Fire, and then they came in 5:03 in the morning, and then took 2 hours and 45 minutes to correct a fire extinguisher. So we have all the worksheet over here. So this will probably resolve the issue.
Okay.
And if you like to examine this report, and then I can hand it over to you.
So I would assume that the fire chief has to go back and inspect again.
Yeah.
Before we can make any determinations.
But if you, Chief Cantor, is that all right if they give you the paperwork and we'll re-inspect? Does that sound all right to you?
Paul?
Could I'd like to ask just a quick question, so, to Deputy Chief, and you can stay at the podium too, because my question's gonna be to you, but, it sounds like there was multiple visits highlighting this problem, and they were notified since November that there was a problem?
On each occasion, my inspector notified whoever was the manager on
Okay.
duty of
Okay,
the
I'm just,
violation.
I know businesses are very busy when they're trying to, but it took 2.5 hours to fix the problem? Why did it take 5 months or 6 months to fix the problem? You need to come to the microphone.
Again, I don't work directly to the store, so I don't have the timeline exactly, but since last August 2025, management did change quite often. The vice president left the company middle of the August. Since then, there's several people came and go. So I think they overlooked. I'm not quite sure, but I came here last Wednesday for the first hearing, and then I visit the store, and then noticed that there's a tag on the pipe right next to this issue. So I probably think that they missed that tag. I'm not quite sure, but we are taking the corrective action as I speak, and then I'm working with the business owner closely. She's in Japan right now, so I can sit down and talk to her face to face. But
Okay,
yes.
okay. Thank you. You answered my question. Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, so I assume that it goes back to the licensing hearing committee, and they'll come back to us, and we can make our decision at that point. And as the licensing hearing committee, you're going to be in a position or be asked to explain the time it took for this to be resolved, as Paul asked. So.
And just a couple of things to follow up here. One, thank you. Just make sure you have the paperwork and submit it to the fire department so that we can get it re-inspected as soon as possible. The other thing is, you mentioned that there's been a lot of change in ownership and management. That's got to be recorded too. Whenever there's a change in ownership interest, the town needs to be updated on that so we know who to get in touch with so we don't have issues like this. So please make sure the ownership knows that in addition to calling for an inspection, you need to update the corporate,
The manager of record.
the managers of record and the corporate entity of record for the town, so we know who to call if something like this comes up again. And then, yes, so what we'll do, with the board's permission, is we'll continue this hearing to April. We'll tell you, it'll be a Wednesday morning like last time. We'll check in with you then. If the inspection clears it and this is resolved, then this matter will be resolved and you can keep working. But then I would just ask, make sure that you get that, make sure the business gets that submission in for the change in corporate structure so that we know who we're talking to and how to deal with that. Is that all right?
Yep.
Thank you.
And I assume that they can continue operating between now and when the
The
inspection?
caveat I would add is that if the fire department says that it's not fixed, then we will have to close you down until the problem is fixed. So the department can inspect, and if your team gives them the all clear, great. If not, let us know, and we'll need to shut until we fix it.
I have one other question for the deputy. So this was a fire safety issue with a hood. Was that hood related for cooking?
Yes.
And are you continuing to cook without, or have you stopped cooking? You stopped cooking. Okay, so they're not going to use the hood or this area until such time that the inspection's
It's been-
complete?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks very much. Thanks, Chief. Thank you.
Okay, next, we're 5 minutes early on the hearing, but I guess we can start.
So the public hearing doesn't have to start, but
Yeah,
the
okay.
presentations can start. Yeah.
So I'd like to say a few words. So we have until 11:59 p.m. on March 31st to do this. Hopefully, we can do it earlier. Tonight, we'll hear first from the town administrator about our options for the ballot questions for an override, a draft of the explanation that will be prepared by town council and is in a summary and explanation that the town clerk sends to all Brookline households and is available at the polling sites. And this document will be very important because it explains the questions on the ballot, including possibility of explaining the front-loaded option, which is kind of complex, and it's going to be important that that explanation be clear and accurate. And finally, a term sheet. I think you're going to talk about a term sheet for an MOU with the schools to ensure that steps are taken to reduce certain costs and increase certain revenues that are within the control of the schools. So we will then hear a presentation by the schools, and I've given them 20 minutes, and we have had an opportunity to study their slide deck and their PSB budget summary documents, actually slide decks, since an updated one came in this afternoon. Next, we'll hear from two key unions, the Brookline Educators Union and Brookline Local 950 of the International Association of Firefighters, who both have an interest in the outcome of this discussion, and each of them will have 10 minutes. Next, we'll have a public hearing, and people in the audience and online can have their say at that point. And finally, the select board will deliberate and try to reach agreement on an override that we can send to the town clerk sometime soon, way before 11:59 on March 31st. That's my hope. I mean, we may not do it, okay, but that's my hope. And am I correct in my understanding that we do have agreement on two things? Putting an override on the ballot, okay, I think we have agreement on that. And second, making it a tiered override, with the top tier equaling the total ask of the town and school of $23.25 million. That's my recollection from our workshop. So we agree on two things, okay? That makes it a little easier. And now we have to, after the public hearing, have a discussion of as I understand it, three things: the number of tiers, the amount of the lower tier or tiers, and whether the tiers will be structured as a traditional incremental levy or a front-loaded levy. Michael?
I think I would say, at least on my own behalf, that it isn't clear to me completely whether the number of tiers will be greater than one. It might just be one.
Okay, good point, yeah. Thank you. Okay, so with that summary of where we're going, or roadmap, let's start off with Chaz.
Thank you, Chair Green and members of the board. Melanie, can I share my screen? Is that right? Thank you.
Give me 1 second.
Sure.
All right, we should be good to go.
Okay, thanks. Okay. There we go. Good evening, everyone. So we are talking here about, I think, give me 1 second here, actually. I think this is an older version. Sorry, 1 second. This is where version control is very important.
Thanks. Give us the right numbers, Jess.
I am not going to play games with that. All right, hold on. Here we go. Okay. All right. There we go. All right. So we're going to talk a little bit about where we are, potential next steps here based on your conversation from the 17th. Historically, Brookline, as you know, but the public may not know, has structured overrides in sort of a 3-year cycle, or that is not always a 3-year cycle, but historically Brookline has said when it passes an override, it does so with the promise that it doesn't want to go back to the voters for at least a 3-year period, so that the ask on the ballot is for the next 3 fiscal years. Brookline's fiscal year begins in July and ends on June 30th of the subsequent year. There are a number of assumptions that go into these numbers that are important to keep in mind because they are important to think about your policies during this period when there is a potential override being implemented and after an override is being implemented. That's really the crucial question here, is where do we wind up in this when that 3-year cycle is over? So here are some key assumptions that are being made as we think about these numbers. Right now, the healthcare costs, our projected healthcare costs have gone down slightly in FY27. Whereas before we were projecting a 12% increase, since our healthcare provider has cut coverage for GLP-1 drugs for weight loss, which I think is a tough decision to make. Unfortunately, they have made it for us. We're in the GIC. We don't have a say in what they do and don't cover because it's a consortium. Those costs are going down. They're still increasing, but they are increasing at a more modest amount. They have, however, kept copays and other payments steady at the request of the governor, as opposed to raising them, which was an ask, which means that the healthcare costs did not go down by quite as much as they could have. So we're still looking at an 8 to 10% increase in this coming fiscal year, and we do think that that 12% number is going to creep back up in 28 and 29. For one thing, especially if we continue to hold copays steady, the cost to the provider and therefore us will continue to rise. We can't assume that the brief relief from cutting GLP-1s will carry forward. The state has said that they did this to force companies to the table. So our hope is that the coverage for those drugs will resume, but that does mean that the cost will likely resume as well. For the capital improvement plan, the revenue-funded portion of the CIP will be limited to 6% for FY27 and through 29, which is what it's. That's important because your policies currently say 6.6%. 6% is really the minimum you need in order to do the things that we do every year in the CIP: roads, sidewalks, the big ticket items that people expect when they think of capital projects. Once you dip below that number, you are basically saying that you are relying on free cash in order to meet obligations that you meet every year. So that's really the danger zone. Could you go below 6%? Theoretically, yes, you could. Our free cash has been sufficient to meet and exceed the CIP percentage every year. This year, for example, it's 10% of the prior year's revenue is being spent in capital improvement, thanks to robust free cash numbers. But again, when you think about it from this perspective, you don't want that number to go down below 6% if you can avoid it. Your other post-employment benefits, your healthcare liabilities to retirees, those contributions are held stable in FY27 and 29 rather than increased, which means it is likely that liability will increase significantly over the course of those years. The policies that focus on revenue, like for example, every year we say we're going to contribute to the reserve fund so that it meets 1% of the prior year's revenue. The current version of the overrides that we're recommending or proposing basically holds the override amounts out from that, so that you would be calculating the reserve fund and so forth for the next 3 years on a non-override scenario, and that override money would flow directly to the town and the schools rather than being held out and spent on those things as well. That has the benefit of keeping the overall override dollars down. It does mean that there's a reckoning at the end of this. If those policies kick back in, then there is a gap that naturally arises. It's not a huge gap, but it is a gap. It is, more than $1 million on both the town and the school side in terms of if once again those tax revenues are factored into what percentage, our financial policies. And then healthcare. All of this operates on the assumption that the current 83-17 healthcare split holds throughout. And that's because we can't change it without the consent of the people that we're working with. We don't want to bank on something and then have it not happen. I will say that the superintendent and I, and we'll talk about this, are committed to negotiating that in good faith with our union partners and making something happen there. So we want to negotiate that. We want to get to a yes on that. But until we do, we don't want to assume that it's going to happen. This is the current town side override proposal. Not very much has changed. Most of it is in how it's phased in. Whereas before we were able to, I will say that the PSBO and Charlie Young and the team have managed to lower the projected cost of adding officers back in from $600,000 to $510,000, which is good. It ends the hiring freeze. In order to ensure that we can maintain that, we would phase those positions in 2 a year over the course of the override. We've had to reduce some of the software budget on the police side, unfortunately. It's difficult, but we still think we'll be able to use that money effectively. Continuity of service contribution has increased to buffer the reserve. We see some volatility in the out years that we want to cover because remember, the town's proposal is designed to take this money up front and invest it, keep it in a reserve fund. And this cuts slightly deeper the town clerk's budget. The town clerk's budget has a surplus right now in its elections fund. That money waxes and wanes depending on how many elections a year that we get reimbursed from the state for some of our election costs. We think it's worth cutting that a little deeper. We know it's difficult on the town clerk's side. We know it's difficult on all department sides. But this is a situation where we've got to make every pot of money available, and so that's where we're going there. But this still keeps it at $5.31 million, which again, when adjusted for inflation, is slightly lower than the amount that was asked for in the 2023 override on the town side. So this is the tier 1 style override. This is the highest dollar number that we've talked about. This phases in the levy impact over time by phasing in the amount of money the schools get every year, whereas the town takes their money up front and puts it in a stabilization fund in order to cover in the out years. The school side takes the money and pays it as it goes. You can see here on FY27, the levy goes up 4.5 million, or the amount that is taken out of the levy goes out 4.5 million, and the schools spend 4.5 million. It goes up an additional 5.5 million in 28, and an additional 7 and change million in 2029, FY 2029. So the overall levy increase is $23.25 million. But because people won't be taxed to the full levy increase, the cumulative average tax increase, with all the caveats, this doesn't include CPA, this is an average. It is, it is not reflective of other people's budgets. We will have a tax calculator online that will show, you can plug in your address and it will show you how much how much additional money your taxes will go up by if an override passes. But this is the average. So in FY27, 8%, 12%, 18%, and it's cumulative. So this override, including with the Prop 2.5 increases, the average tax bill would go up by 18.29%.
Excuse me.
Yeah.
Just a clarification on that last point. Those three numbers are percentage over fiscal year 26?
That's correct.
Taxes,
Yes.
Not incremental?
No, thank you for clarifying that. Yes, over this current tax year, so it's not incremental. So, pros and cons to this. It spreads the burden of tax increases out. It fully funds the projected deficits for those years. It sets benchmarks. The schools spend to the override. The town does as well, but it has that reserve fund. And the structure is more familiar to voters. The cons is that it's a higher overall tax burden. A higher number appears in the ballot, right? Voters don't vote to approve the structure. The question just says, do you want to agree to approve the 23.25 increase? And if deficits exceed projections, particularly on the school side, there may still be cuts that need to be made. So it doesn't leave a lot of wiggle room, knowing as we do that the schools have already made significant cuts just to get to this point. Tier 2 is $18.6 million. This assumes that both sides take the money up front, invest it in a stabilization fund, and then draw down on that stabilization fund in the out years. You can see how this works in practice. The schools, again, need that $4.5 million in year one, but because they're taxing to the full amount, they then get $8.45 million in savings that they put away in savings and stabilizing, and that is then kept to the side and can be used in the future. Next year, the cumulative increase is $10.1 million. It gets less than $13 million, so they have some savings again, and they can sock that money away, that just under $3 million in a stabilization fund. In year 3, the amount of additional levy is exceeded by the amount that we project expenses to go up, which means you need to start dipping into that reserve fund. It's the same on the town side. And that means that savings goes down. Now, that does create a gap, a larger gap than would otherwise be created in FY30 because you're not taxing as much and you're relying on this one-time fund to balance it out. But the assumption that you're making is that in FY30 and 31, conditions will start to improve and there will be opportunities for the town and the schools to try and soften the blow of that cliff. So again, pros and cons. It's a smaller amount on the ballot. If deficits turn out lower than projections, the additional funds provide increased stability. And the stabilization fund provides flexibility if deficits exceed expectations. You have money in the bank if the problem goes the wrong direction. It just means you have less in FY30 and beyond, and you need to very quickly, you need to have those discussions about what that's going to look like in the out years. The cons are clear, right? It's a higher shock to taxpayers. Again, look at the average cumulative tax increase. It's 10.7%. That is higher than 8%. Keeping in mind that is just an average. It assumes deficit growth will slow beyond FY30. If that assumption is wrong, then the gap to cover will be bigger. It makes a larger draw on pension and debt savings in FY31 and beyond, which limits our ability to address OPEB liabilities. If we assume that there is kind of light at the end of the tunnel in terms of our ability to spend on, fulfill our outstanding pension obligations, and use some of that money on operating costs, this will put us, we will have to use more of that money in this scenario than we would in the Tier 1 scenario. So this gives you an idea of where the schools would wind up in FY30 under these two scenarios. And again, remember, so in our projection for FY30, now remember, we're talking about 4 years out, so the farther out you go, the more speculative our projections are, and that number reflects a return to the old policies about revenues, about the CIP, all of that. The projected deficit for the schools in FY30 is $10 million, $10.1 million. Under the Tier 1 scenario, they wouldn't have any reserves on that front, and so the net that they would need in order to pay for this would be that $10.1 million. Under the Tier 2, taking the money up front, you can see the deficit is bigger in FY30, but they have a reserve to cushion it. And so the net that they would need to cover, still high, but lower in FY30. And remember, 31 is when the pension obligation is satisfied. So either way, there are likely going to be hard conversations to happen in FY30 about what we want to do going beyond this. But you can cushion it somewhat using the Tier 2 method. It just depends on what you would prefer to, how you would prefer to handle that. You asked us to consider a number of other options. Here are two that you asked us to consider as part of the discussion last Tuesday. One is keeping the total override amount below $20 million and still keeping the school amount phased in. That requires a proportional, it requires basically schools in town only asking for 86% of what they had originally asked for. And so we made those cuts proportionally. The town's new number is 4.566 million. The school's number is 15.43 million. And you can see how this works in practice. You also see that because the town is still taking it up front, you run into this issue where the stabilization fund winds up in the red in FY29, which means the town would be likely be needing to make cuts in order to balance that out. The other option that you asked us to consider is a smaller override funded by reserves that keeps the average cumulative tax increase at or below 10% in the first year. The magic break-even number for that is $16.3 million. And again, we make the proportional reductions from 18.6. That results in a town levy of 5.04 million, a school's levy of 11.26. You can see that theoretically this checks out. Both entities make it through FY29 with some money in their stabilization funds. But then again, remember, at FY30, you have a pretty significant cliff. And unlike with the last, with Tier 2, there's not a significant buffer here. So you're going to have a lower levy and not as much of a buffer, and that's going to mean a pretty significant fall off in FY30 when it comes to dealing with these issues. So what would the town cut in these scenarios? We would likely cut $300,000 in the DPW line. There are 2 tree protection positions, and there's a horticultural specialist position. We would potentially cut 2 patrol officers. We would just cut out that last year, with the aim of trying to restore that if we could find savings. In the building department, we would cut the plumber. We would just add to repair and maintenance, and we would cut the clerk's full-time clerk typist position. That still leaves that slight $100,000 gap that I talked about. I do think that we are going to see some savings this year from the House Ways and Means Committee budget, which is due out at any minute now this week. Putting that money aside will hopefully cover that gap. So I think we'll be able to cover that gap making these cuts. Again, with option 3B, we could theoretically make no cuts to the override proposal, but that would put us in a pretty bad state. So I would recommend making the same number of cuts, that $580,000 worth of cuts, to avoid a more substantial cliff if you put 16.3 on the ballot. I apologize, it says 16.8 here. That's incorrect. That should be 16.3. So the town's deficit in each of these scenarios in FY30, if you did 19.99 million with the schools phased, it would be 7 million. If you did 16.3 with the reserve fund, it would be 5.3. If you did the classic Tier 1, 23.25 million, the town's deficit would be 5 million. And under Tier 2 with the reserve fund, it would be 4.2 million. The reason why option 3B, this version here, is so hard to recommend is because of the school's number. You can see here it's over $15 million. With 3A, it's lower. It's roughly 9 million. It depends on how the cuts that the schools would be making to get to that initial $19 million number would redound through, but our rough back of the envelope would still be around 9 million. So again, compare that 9 million to these numbers. It comes in between the 10 million Tier 1 and the 8.5 in Tier 2. So you had made other requests of us, and I'm happy to game these out from a town perspective. One of them was 18.6, but phase the schools. One of them was do 15 million with reserves, or 14.8 million with reserves. You can see here, based on those school numbers, what the outcome of that is likely to be. Either you're going to be making cuts that are very deep into the school's operational responsibilities if you do 18.6 phased, or you're just going to have a reserve fund that doesn't meet the needs of the schools in FY30 and leaves us in such a worse place that it would be difficult for me to recommend that to you. Even 16.3 using a reserve fund would be very difficult. I think going below that number really runs the risk of putting us in a much worse position than we started out in FY30. Can we go lower with a phased number? We can, but at that point you start making, the schools are going to talk about the operational cuts that they would make in the $19 million scenario, and you'd basically be asking them to go lower than that. What does a ballot question look like? This was the other issue that you raised. I'm sorry that the text is so small, but I wanted to get this all on a page for you. So this is the language that was on the ballot in 2023. This is the language, but it's adapted for a potential two-tier override. One question at 23.25 million and one at 18.6 million. You can see, shall the town of Brookline be allowed to assess an additional 23.25 million in real estate and personal property taxes for the purposes of funding the cost of the Brookline Public Schools, and then there's their dollar amount, and funding the cost of additional expenditures in municipal departments, there's the town amount, for the fiscal year beginning July 1, 2026. Yes, no. And then 1B is the same thing at a lower dollar amount. Something to note here, the $18.6 million number gives the town a little more money, and that is by design. It's designed to cushion the town. The town made cuts in order to get to that $5.31 million number to keep that $23 million number as low as possible. In order to avoid confusion on this, you could do one of two things. You could knock that town number down to 5.31 million, but I wouldn't recommend it because it impacts the reserve there. Or you could increase that 5.31 million in question 1A to 5.6 million, and then you have a $23.5 million top line number as opposed to a $23.25 million top number. This is a three-tiered ballot question, 1A, 1B, 1C. You may vote for each question independently. Each question requires a majority of those voting on that question to pass. If more than one passes, the question with the highest dollar amount will prevail over the others. John, you had raised this question, and I think it's important to talk through. Is there a way to structure this differently? Is there a way to do this such that the highest vote getter prevails? And the answer, based on our conversations with town council, is no, because according to Mass General Law, once a majority of voters say yes to something, that question passes. So you can't say, whoever gets the highest percentage of votes pass. The statute says that if a majority of voters support it, then that passes. So that's why this is structured in that way. And so we can't, for example, say, right, vote for whichever of these you want, vote for only one, vote for whichever one of these you want, and whoever gets the highest number of votes wins. Even if any of them get above 50% plus one, then it passes. So that's the structure that we're kind of stuck with on this. So what are the things that need to happen from here? We need to revise an MOA per the Expenditures and Revenue Study Committee's recommendation. There's not sufficient time between now and next week to formalize that. So what I would like to do, with your permission, and the superintendent and I have already talked about this, is basically build out a term sheet that describes, ENRSC made 9 recommendations for the schools in the town to look at. We want to take a look at those, make commitments on what we're going to do to address them, and set out a timeline by which we're going to accomplish that. And that can then be formalized into an MOU that can be signed and ratified by both the select board and the school committee. But at least at the staff-to-staff level, we will have something. And so we talked about it this afternoon. We're going back and working on it. We'll try and figure out, and we will bring that back to you in advance of next Tuesday's meeting for your review and comment, so that by next Tuesday, you have a clear roadmap on where we're going on the recommendations that ENRSC made. There's the update from Clifton, Lawson, Allen. As you know, they came in last year due to the school's deficit issue. They issued a report. Continue to emphasize to the public, it's not an audit. It was a narrative report. It was done under tight time constraints. We've asked them to come back and conduct a follow-up review of where things are now. They are in the process of conducting that. We're here today conducting interviews with the school department. Their update to the select board is due next Tuesday, and my hope is that we will have, if not a final document from them, a substantive update to provide to you on what they've seen and where things are from here, how things have gone and gotten better. Any additional data or gathering that you want us to do, including Bernard, we're still working on the side of the mailer, the town council mailer, so we will get that language together for next Tuesday. That doesn't have to be set by next Tuesday. The ballot language does, but we will at least have some language about how we would explain what a structure would look like by next Tuesday, and that would allow you to take the vote next Tuesday night. So those are in summary of the four options that we talked about, sorted by dollar amount, and the most kind of salient points there. We're on the town side happy to answer any questions you may have, any comments or concerns, but I want to be sure that the schools also get the opportunity to talk through where they are.
Great, thank you. I think Paul had his hand up first, then David, then Michael.
Thanks. First, Jess, thanks for all the work. I don't know anybody else, but my head's spinning just a little bit.
Sorry.
It was a lot to give us at once, but I do appreciate it. I want to take a step back. I have a fundamental question to help me with my understanding. And I've been stuck on this, and I really haven't. I talked to a couple of people today, and I just haven't really figured it out yet, and I know that you will make it clear for me. The upfront 18.6, which essentially means we're going to raise the levy fully to 18.6 in year one.
Mm-hmm.
We would also, that would mean in year two, it's at 18.6,
Right.
and at year three, it would be 18.6.
Right.
And year 4.
And
Ad
year four,
infinitum.
and forever. That's
Yes.
right. Thank you, Bernard, for clarifying that. But what I want to, in my mind, we're getting more than 18.6, right? Because we're taking 18.6 in the beginning, the first year. The next year, we're going to take 18.6 again. So we're getting the gap.
Yep.
Right. So we're taking more on top of the two and a half or 3, whatever with growth,
Right.
would be calculated based on that.
Right.
So the total, let's say, revenue at the end of 3 years of 18.6, would that be higher than the 23? Like, do we know the total number of revenue that would come in as a result? Do you understand my question?
I understand your question. Yeah. No. I don't know where it's going to come in terms of new growth. I don't know where that structure is going to, fall out, right? I will say, right, that the levy, right, you, the select board, set what the tax levy is
Right.
in any given year. And it's
Right.
that's the vote you take in November and December.
Yes.
So that's, and you historically set the levy to the levy maximum
Yeah.
less in an override year the amount that you held out from the override.
Yes.
So yes, theoretically, that percentage can go up from there. But is it going to be more than $23 million?
Well, maybe it's not more than 20. So let me put context around why I asked this question, because it's a concern about an understanding for the public, and we've all agreed. Like Michael and I, this is hard to understand.
Yes.
If it's on the ballot that would you like to raise your real estate taxes by 23 million, or would you rather raise your real estate taxes by 18.6 million? A lot of people go 18.6 million, it's less, but in fact it's not 18.6. It's much more than 18.6, and that's it's confusing, and I've looked at it quite a bit, and I believe it would be confusing for the voters. I just think we have to be really clear that 20, and I'm not saying these are the ones that we're going to go with. I'm just going to use an example. 23 gets us a fully funded, right? But we're not cutting services.
Right.
18.6, you're getting fully funded, but you're not cutting services. But it's really not fully funded services for less than 23 million, because it is I think they're probably reasonably equivalent. I don't know the total income, but you see the.
I see what you're saying, yeah.
Yeah, I want to, trust is so important here.
Yeah.
And anybody that wants to oppose 18.6, or even the way we're asking it, would raise this issue, or maybe another issue or two about the upfront.
Right.
And I'm concerned about it.
I think you're right, but I also think that at the end of the day, to Bernard's point, the levy will eventually reach that cap either way. And if you pass 18.6, then that cap is lower. So yes, you may get an increase on the levy percentage-wise that is higher than you would otherwise get year over year. But I don't necessarily think they're equivalent, and we can talk about what that looks like. The Treasury, this is an important question, so Treasury and Assessing and I can talk about what that looks like in practice. But it ultimately comes down to this, right? If the levy goes up by more, that impact may accrue in those early years, but it's going to catch up anyway. And in FY30, you're still going to have a levy increase of 2.5% plus new growth on 23 million, on that number plus 23 million.
Yeah.
So you still are going to see ultimately a higher overall levy amount, and therefore a higher average tax increase with Tier 1 than Tier 2.
Yeah. Okay.
Michael? I'm sorry, David.
So just a related question. The reason why I do think it matters to know what's the real total amount at the end of 3 years is if we present the 19.9 million option, some might choose 19.9 saying 23 is too much, but I prefer 19.9 to 18.6, when in reality, the 18.6 is actually getting you more than the 19.9.
Right.
So what is the 19.9 number front-loaded?
I can run that number. I can run that for you. Let me do that.
Because if we go the 3-option route, I would like the numbers to reflect the actual impact.
Yeah.
Michael?
So, sort of following up on what David said, when I looked at the 3-tier option you presented, what I saw was full funding, partial funding, full funding.
Yes, that's confusing.
That's
confusing.
and we shouldn't do that.
Right.
We shouldn't do that. You had made a mention of cuts between the $5.3 million number in option number 1 and the $5.6 million number 2.
Mm-hmm.
What were those cuts?
So those cuts are in the reserves, right? Those, what I tried to do in structuring this on the town and the school side was that the schools, in order to, if you take all the money up front and your aim is to get to FY29 with a zero balance in your budget, in your reserve, then that number is the override number is pretty low, but it leaves both the town and the schools in a really bad place. So I tried as much as possible to think about what are the numbers that the town and the schools need in order to defray that gap in FY30, so that there would be a reasonable way to build out some sort of bridge programming. And so that required the town number to be a little higher in those circumstances, so that both town and schools wind up in that space.
Okay, and when you say reserve in that case, are you referring specifically to the override stabilization fund or a different reserve?
Yes.
Okay.
Can we always call it the stabilization fund? so
Let's
we
do
won't
that.
get
Yes.
confused with
Good.
reserve funds?
Yes, thank you. That's a good.
John?
Okay.
Chaz, if it isn't too much trouble, I don't think the presentation you just made is linked to the agenda. Maybe I'm wrong. but
I'm sorry, yeah, because
didn't
it
see
came in so late. I
Yeah.
apologize. We will make sure that.
Could that be done?
Yep.
And then the second request, which, just let me know if it's not convenient to do this right now. Can you go back to the page that showed, I think there was a page that showed how much total will be raised in the levy over the course of the 3 years and into the 4th year by the various options that were in front of us? Because I do think that will help people to understand what the difference is between a number that is larger, 23-something million, than a number that is smaller, around 19 million, and how could the 19 million number over the course of 3 years actually add more dollars to the levy than the higher number. And I think the way we express this is extremely important. And I want people to understand that this isn't like there's a magic formula that, through compounding, is advantageous to us in a way that doesn't come out of the taxpayers' pockets.
That's right.
Whichever first-year number produces the highest three-year result is essentially a number that takes the most money out of the taxpayers' pockets. But all the taxpayer knows is that they walk into the voting booth and they're looking at a $23 million number and a $19 million number, and they're supposed to understand that more money will come out of their pockets with the $19 million choice than with the $23 million choice. That's a real mental flip-flop there that I'm not sure we can expect voters to take.
Well, I think it's important to note that it is not that more money comes out, it's a question of when it comes out. That's the biggest issue, I think, is that it's ultimately the tax levy doesn't go up by as much. So that, yes, fewer dollars overall flow into the town. It's just,
Under what?
under that structure.
No, under the 23, under the 19, all in the first year.
I'm sorry. Yeah. So so under the 23, ultimately more money overall is going to flow into the town because it's raising the levy permanently by a certain amount.
Mm-hmm.
So over the course of time, you are going to see that will mean that more money ultimately is after it's phased in, the taxpayer will be paying more than they would under an 18.6. The difference is they will be paying more upfront in a way that they would not be under a phased situation. Under 18.6, but funded through using a stabilization fund, they would see a bigger hit upfront, even though in the out years they would see smaller increases that would lead to them paying by FY 31 or 32 a lower amount overall.
But we tend to look at these as being good for a 3-year cycle.
Right.
So, how do those two numbers compare in terms of what would be raised over a 3-year cycle by the 23 number versus by the 18.6 number?
I can get you. Let me run that now because that's
Okay.
an easy calculation.
Okay.
Yep.
And I guess the point I'm trying to make, and I'll just put it right on the table here, is I don't think that this idea of two different forms of when we phase this in is going to be either understood by voters or is going to be satisfactory to voters, because on the one hand, they might think that the smaller number isn't all that much smaller. So the only choices that they're being given are, two rather high numbers. But then they'll be even more sort of, I think, perturbed and confused if someone tries to tell them, well, by voting for the smaller number, you actually voted to take maybe more money out of your pocket as a taxpayer over 3 years than if you had voted for the larger number. To try to explain that to people in a way that makes sense to them, or really feels like a choice. It doesn't feel like a choice, and so I'm for one, I'm going to pursue that we only use one number, and that it be the traditional method of a whole number that represents the expectation as to the amount of money that will be added to the tax levy over the 3-year course of the predicted outcome.
So did I understand you right that you're talking about not a tiered override?
I don't even like the language of tiers. I just,
Whatever you want to
I
call
think
it.
we should start with a number that is the same number on the ballot as how much will be raised in the levy over 3 years, and settle for that, and then move to a question of should there be a number something smaller than that.
Okay, got it.
So
Yeah, it's not a bookkeeping trick or anything else.
Like a 23.2 or a $23.5 million override as tier one, and then or as the top question.
Yeah.
Like the full funding question, and then a $19 million question, and maybe something lower than that is what you're
Yeah,
suggesting.
yeah.
And doing away with the idea of a stabilization fund. And
Yeah.
Okay.
That's me.
And just for the record, you are right, John, that over the 3-year period, the total dollars collected from taxpayers under the upfront scenario is higher.
Yeah.
Because you take more upfront, and you're taking that every year.
And by the upfront option, so people understand, that's the lower number. Yeah.
It's
yeah.
the lower number
Yeah.
because over time it evens out. In fact, it's more advantageous over time. But yes, because you're taxing it all up front,
Yeah.
the actual dollars that come into the town are slightly higher
Yeah.
than they would be under the other scenario.
Yeah. Yeah.
Paul?
Yeah, so I just want to really be clear about my understanding, what John just said. We have not been presented with a number that is a pay-as-you-go for both the schools and the town, right?
I do have that number.
You do have that number.
Yes.
So the 23 number that we've been talking about is schools is pay-as-you-go, town is upfront. So we have a blending of these two, which is still confusing, frankly, to me. But I understand why Chaz wants it. But it still will be confusing to the voters because you're going to take more than 23 point as part of the 3-year levy
If you take the town part up.
if you take the town part up front. So knowing what the pay-as-you-go for both schools and town is would be really helpful.
That's 25.9.
25.9.
25,895,489. Town side 7,951,050, and the schools again just under 18 million.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then do we have an equivalent, no, I'm just going to start with that. So if we wanted to go with pay-as-you-go, which is what we have always done in the past, and maximum transparency with the voters so that there's no confusion with the ballot question, it's actually 25.9, which is what we would ask.
Yes.
And that would be the total 3-year increase in the levy.
Yes.
Cumulative to.
Let me put this up. Hold on one second. Let me share this screen here. Sorry, one second.
And while you're doing that, I'm gonna say two more quick things. 23 point something, is it 4 or 2? What's the 23 million? No,
23.25?
23.25 is schools is pay as you go, but town is up front.
Correct.
And then 18.6 is both town and schools is paid up front.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
This is both town and schools pay as you go.
You guys having fun yet out there?
There'll be a quiz afterwards, so, yeah, take notes.
So you can see here every town's numbers. So you can see the total cumulative increases in year 1, it's 6.83%, year 2, 12.77, year 3, 19.09.
And which
And
scenario
that
is
is
that?
what, under what scenario?
So this is the scenario in which both town and schools are pay as you go.
Pay as you go.
Okay.
A good rule of thumb is if it says stabilization fund 0, that's pay as you go.
Michael?
So I have two questions. The first question I want to ask you, Chaz, because this may take a bit of a look up, is what were the percentage increase numbers for 2023, 2024, 2025 in the last override? I just want to compare them to these numbers to understand the relative shock value of what these numbers might be, if you can find those.
You can pull those up. My recollection is that the overall impact to the levy,
Including the debt exclusions.
well, yes, including the debt exclusions, was just under 10% for all the ballot questions, and that included the optional composting question, which did not pass. So the override alone, I think the question 2A alone, I think only added less than 4% to the levy over 3 years.
But there was debt exclusions as well.
Yes.
That increased the number.
Yes.
And so when you get to the bottom number that says total cumulative tax percentage increase.
Yeah.
That's the number I was
I will try and get you that number.
Okay.
It's higher than 10%.
It's higher than 10%.
Yes, because remember the rubric that was used in 2023 did not include Prop 2.5. It was by how much extra can your taxes go up. And so ultimately that was the, it was taken as a given that people's taxes will be going up by a set percentage. Expenditures and revenues this time around wanted to make very clear to the voters that your taxes are going up by a set amount anyway, and we want to be honest with folks when we talk about what a potential bottom line.
So are you saying that in any of the option 1 and option 2 scenarios, the rate of increase will be lower than it was 3 years ago? Because we're including the 2.5?
No. No. The numbers are too high here.
Okay.
They're not, right, by sheer dollar value, it's not going to be true.
I wasn't asking a dollar value, I was asking a percent question.
Yes, but I know, but like when you factor in just like the order of magnitude that we're talking about here, even when you then try and go back and solve for it, I'm fairly confident that the answer is no. But it's not going to be as disparate as you might think.
Okay.
It's going to be close, but I do think that these numbers are higher.
And the second question that I have, this is a question for my colleagues, I believe, is do we need the MOA and the CLA report information in order to decide on the override? I'm just trying to.
No,
Yeah,
I don't.
Yeah, don't think so. Okay.
David?
So just, were you able to run the number on 19.9 front-loaded?
Let me do that now.
The reason
Sorry,
I
I'm
ask
jumping.
that is because it sounds like there are at least 3 voices saying, let's not mix our variables here.
Yep.
So let's compare pay-as-you-go to pay-as-you-go. Let's compare front-loaded to front-loaded. So I think it would be helpful to have that number.
I will run that for you now.
And there's also a question of comparing this year's levy, or this year's override to the 2023 override, which, as I understand you saying, did not factor in the 2.5 increase that we get every year, irrespective of what we do, and others.
That working group did not factor that in.
So that makes it, I mean, not apples to apples, and people may be comparing this override to what they experienced in 2023, and they're not really getting a good comparison.
Again, education is going to be crucial here.
Yeah. Okay, sorry. John?
And I don't mean to interrupt Chaz's process here, but I'll just ask the question. Has there ever been an override that was other than pay-as-you-go in
No.
Brookline?
No.
No, okay. So we're sort of in uncharted territory here.
Yeah.
I'm just curious, a big giant piece of the puzzle for me, and sure for everybody else, is to hear from the schools. And I'm wondering if we could hear from them and kind of, because
Well, I was letting people,
no,
get questions
I'm not
out.
rushing you. I think that the questions that we're asking Chaz about numbers and scenarios will happen as a matter of course anyway. And knowing what's going to happen on the school side is a huge variable.
Yeah. Are there any other clarifying questions?
No, I agree
You
with
had your
Paul.
hand up. Or no?
I
Okay.
was just asking for the 19.9 number front-loaded.
I'm getting it for you now. Sorry,
No, that's fine. I'll just ask.
it's a dance of several spreadsheets.
Requires a supercomputer.
As soon as you get that, we'll call up the school committee for you, okay?
Give me one.
For us. I wasn't intending to rush you.
I know that.
Thank you.
Okay.
Sorry,
Wait,
Bella,
wait.
I'm so sorry.
not ready.
Not quite ready.
Here we go. Here's your rubric. 19.98 up front puts the town at exactly 6 million and the schools at just under 14 million. The total increase all in is 17.31% over 3 years, average increase. That leaves the schools at the end of FY29 with a $9.5 million reserve, which would be sufficient to cover, which would leave them with roughly between a $5 and a $6 million deficit in FY30, and it would wipe the town deficit out, and there'd be no town deficit.
And what was that front number?
Sorry, the front,
So 19.9.
19.9.
Is pay as you go.
Pay as you go.
What's that in a front-loaded version?
Oh, I thought you were asking me to do 19.99 front-loaded, as in take that dollar amount.
Oh, no.
No.
What's the front-loaded equivalent of 19.99?
Okay, that's a different question. Maybe you should hear from Bella. And
Let's hear from Bella. Let's hear from Bella.
Okay, Superintendent Bella Wong.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
So,
I'm
ready?
sorry, you're an educator. You want us to say, good
Good
evening,
evening.
Superintendent Wong.
No, you're ready for me. All right. So greetings to all of you, and I welcome the opportunity to present what we've been doing, and also to help everyone understand what's behind all those big numbers that you're talking about. So I'll talk about our team today, the FY27-29 budget requests, and the impacts of reduced or no override. And I should say that I also have some of the members of the leadership team here, and of course members of the school committee. So just to let you know, the team today, as you know, next slide please. The senior leadership team, I think as of today, we've almost been together 9 months. It's a new team, myself, with Karen Schmuckler for OSS, Robin Benoit, who's here for teaching and learning, and Susan, in her 3rd year, anchored the team. So this leadership team has a lot of experience, even though we were new. So in the next slide, we knew coming into this as a team that there were a lot of challenges financially, organizationally, and in the district. So we hit the ground running. Together, also, I committed 200+ entry interviews. Many of you were participants in that. And it was for schools, people in schools, people on the town side. And it really helped me set the priorities and to understand more particularly about what the issues were in prioritization. The other part that we knew coming in was to establish our working relationships with our colleagues in the town departments. I've always come into district understanding that working together we do better for each other, and also that we are all part of thank you. Also, we're also financially coming out of the same pie. So the better we can do all together, the better we can able fund all our interests and better understand how to support one another. I have really appreciated Town Administrator Kerry's openness. He's been available to me anytime, text, phone, anytime. He's always been there to answer a question and offer support. And of course, coming in, we needed to make sure that everything that we were doing, we're serving the needs of all our students, our programs, sustainability, and all of that. So coming in, acquainting ourselves, and ensuring best outcomes for students, academic excellence, preparing them for the future. A real tremendous kudos to the district is the improvement on attendance across the Commonwealth. There has been an issue with chronic absenteeism. Brookline has actually been able to mitigate that to single digits. Brookline's numbers are at the top. They're excellent in what you've been able to overcome in this town. We also have amazing specialized programming that keeps students in Brookline. When we compare our numbers of out-of-district placements, our comparables, we are below everyone. Our tuition numbers are below, and this represents a positive impact of the investment that you've made in in-district programming. So coming in, we took a deep analysis and responded to all the elements of the CLA report. With Town Administrator Kerry, we both agreed on identifying the key elements of the MOA that was done in the spring, and I am pleased to say that everything that we outlined has been satisfied or is in progress. And we have a single item that's in progress, and that should be completed by the end of this fiscal year. So all the elements have been identified, and we have committed to seeing them through the end. We have also adopted some of the ERSC recommendations in the development of the FY27 budget, including identifying opportunities for revenue production. And we also will respond to additional ERSC recommendations for future consideration, such as school modeling. So we have absorbed the CLA report, and we are also analyzing the ERSC final report and look to use that as a guiding document for us. Just since the ERSC report was finalized, the school committee has approved the PSB finance policy, and they did that at their last meeting. Thank you. FY 27-29 budget request. As Town Administrator Carey has, and you've all been fully apprised of the rising costs and near flat funding. So near flat funding, this is the town's capacity to fund projected increases for the school department. I want you to understand that we've worked really hard to examine all our lines and find efficiencies. And yes, a budget will increase over time, just for the inflation, expenses, salaries. The projected allocation or the capacity to cover increases over the next 3 years is about 1.8 million for over the 3 years, so only 600,000 per year. 2.5 in the first year, but it goes negative 90 in FY 28 and negative 500,000 over the third year. And this is, and I know you've been fully apprised by Town Administrator Carey for the reasons for that, but this is a decrease in the capacity of the town to cover increases of the school budget from year to year. We have cost drivers, and one of them continues to be high student needs, and some of it is manifested in our district tuition and transportation costs that we carry year to year. Thank you. So in preparing the budget for FY 27, we knew coming in of the financial constraints. So we again reviewed all our lines. We were able to reduce our initial forecast for FY 27 by $5.8 million. We also are looking at a budget recommendation with 22.1 net fewer FTEs and an anticipated additional $500,000 in new revenue over the multi-year projection. So go back. So this outlines the reductions. And so how we approach the reductions, we looked at first at the district office, and we did as much as we could to reduce, and then we prorated the reductions across pre-K-8 and the high school, 60-40. And why? Because that's where the enrollment is, where the students are. But we tried to protect as much the reductions at that level. With the reduction of 5.8 million in the projection and the fine-tuning of our lines, our budget is now 12.5% non-salary expenses. Typically, school budgets are 85% salaries, 15% non-salary expenses. We've refined our expenses so much that we are now at 12.5%. What this means, future reductions will have to come out of staffing. So in our non-salary expenses, there is tuition, transportation, food service, utilities. There's really not much room to go to expenses. So future reductions will come out of staffing. Next one, please. And so we have looked at in right sizing our class sizes and also looking at our caseloads and our overall enrollment, we have been reducing our staffing over time since the last override. And again, we are projecting reduction of a net 22.1 FTEs for next year. If you see where our staffing was pre-pandemic and what we are projecting for the next year, you see we're actually aligned with our pre-pandemic levels. So with a fully funded budget, that's where we're going to be. The other shift I also want to call out for you, because some would say, well, with your net enrollment, why isn't your staffing at the same level as it was in 2018? So what I want to note for you is that over time, our staffing for student services has increased, but the staffing for general education and district-wide has decrease. So overall, we have a net reduction of 22.3 over this period of time, but it's a reduction in general ed, increase in staffing for student services. Thank you. So again, we've scrutinized their expenses for efficiencies. We have reduced the initial projection by 5.8 million. We have looked at new options for revenue. So this is a slide to help you look at the differences from FY23 all the way to our projections for FY27, FY28, and FY29. And this is a really important slide to focus on. If you look at the line for the allocations from the town over the previous 3 years, you can see 7 million, 5 million, 6 million. On average, the town has had the capacity to contribute to the increases for the annual, for the school budgets, around 6 million a year. As we look forward, again, we're looking at 2.5 for next year, and then -90 and -500,000. Again, this reflects the town capacity. But our growth and our ask, if you take the numbers in dollars of what we're asking for and you divide it over 3, it's around 6 million. So our ask, our incremental ask, is very comparable to what we've had before. And the only way we've been able to do that is to identify efficiencies and reduce as much as possible. If you look at the percent increases for the next 3 years versus the increases we had over the last 3, the percent increases are actually close to 4% and lower than what we've had in the past. And so I just want to demonstrate or make clear how hard we've been to be mindful of our fiscal responsibility to the residents of this town, and at the same time present you a budget that will meet the needs of all our students. Thank you. We understand that you have a weighty decision ahead of you, and so part of the presentation is to let you know what the impact would be to a reduced or a no override option. And so the slides you got before are all the same as they were. This is the slide that changed because it's updated to be more accurately reflective of Town Administrator Carey's work that he has presented to you. So I don't think I need to go into as much detail as you've already discussed, where there's Tier 1, Tier 2, and Tier 3, which are fully funded options, but how you fund it are different formulaically, and I know you're going to discuss that further. And then there's the option 3A, that is reduced funding at 86%. So this shows you the impact, I'm sorry. Yeah, all right, this shows you the impact of a partially funded at 86%. So there would be, and so that option would require us to reduce an additional 2.5 million. And as I've described, we are now at 12.5% non-salary expenses. So the reductions would come out of, need to cycle forward, would come out of staffing. And so it's outlined there. There would be another additional 19.3 FTE reduction. We would, at this point, we've been doing our best to save class sizes and programming, but with an additional 2.5 million, we would lose programming, most notably conservatory, and also a lot of our MTS supports, and sort of the supports for athletic programming across the district. And again, what we did is we looked at maintaining class size. Our non-salary cuts, expenses have been, cuts to that have been exhausted, and we must adhere to special education mandates. So the trends that I described to you, we are limited by what we can do in reductions to student services, so the reductions would come out of general ed and other generalized programs. Thank you. If there was, so this is if there's a non-override or a failed override. In year 1, so this is not the 86% option. In year 1, we would have to cut 5.3 million It would eliminate our world language program, most of our music programs, 50% of paraprofessional grades 1 level supports, and there'd be significant increases in high school teaching loads across the K-8, and it would diminish our MTS supports for general ed students. It would be an additional reduction of 58.2 FTE, and that would be in year 1. If there's a failed override, even with these reductions, in year 2 and year 3, the budget will continue to grow. And as I described, without alternate funding identified, the town allocation for increases, again, in year 2 is negative 90,000, in year 3, negative 500,000. So the budget would continue to grow, and so we are projecting, with no alternate funding in year 2 and 3, additional 13 million would have to be cut. And so reflecting, so a failed override result in a total reduction of 210.3 FTEs, or 14.5% of the staff. So we continue to seek efficiencies, and as Town Administrator Carey identified, we're still in conversation about things what we can do structurally in the years forward. But this is where we are with our best attempts for FY27. Since the last overrides, we've only reduced program. There is no new program embedded in our multi-year projections in the 3 years forward. And 86% funding would significantly compromise our educational programming. And also to note, historically, when you lose programming, they're almost impossible to retrieve. So we respectfully request full funding for FY27-29 as presented, and we also are very respectful of the decision that you have before you. Thank you. And so we're available for questions. I don't know if you wanted to go back to your deliberation and we step aside. You can let me know what you prefer.
Why don't we, if board members have questions for Superintendent Wong? Yes. Who had their hand up
Go ahead.
first?
No, please.
Actually, my question first, thank you for your presentation, all the work that you've done.
And
You're
again,
welcome.
for the
We're happy
team.
you're here.
So
And the
thank
team,
you.
everybody.
Yeah.
So, Chaz, something caught my attention. Actually, the slide that shows the out years with the contribution from the town going negative. I'd like to see that slide again. There you go.
That one.
Chaz,
Yeah.
what is going on here?
I'll tell you what's going on here. In FY24 through FY26, there was an override. And an override was phased in. And now that override is over. And here we are again. That's part of it. So the reason why those numbers were able to go up as much as they were from FY24 to FY26 was those are the 3 years that we had an operating override phased in. And now we're out of that. The other reason is fixed costs. Healthcare is eating. You remember, the town school split works like this. For you know this, but folks in the audience may not. We get revenue coming in. We spend the revenue first on fixed costs. We allocate it to fixed costs and spend it down. One of our fixed costs is healthcare. That's our biggest budget buster. And so when healthcare costs keep going up by double-digit amounts, the amount of remaining revenue that's left to split between the town and the schools is not as much as it used to be. It just doesn't go as far. And that's what pushes that even further. So between the loss of the additional levy capacity that we had from the 24 through 26 override and the growth in healthcare costs, we're stuck. And the town is feeling that burden too.
So to be clear, the healthcare costs for the schools, we're paying for that.
Yes.
And that's pre-allocation. Right. So that's eating. Okay. So they are getting an allocation. It's just not showing here because it's above, quote unquote, above the line.
Above the line. And that's why one of the recommendations we made as part of, on the town side that we made as part of expenditures and revenues was to take that number below the line so people could really see.
Which we could do that in the future.
If
and then just to correct one thing that you said, that the reason why the numbers dropped, so why it went negative, is because we're out of the 3-year cycle for the operating override. Well, the operating override sustains forever. So we didn't take that money back. So that can't be the full explanation.
Well, no,
but
again, the growth, our ability to grow the levy has contracted, right? Now in those 3 fiscal years, 24, 25, and 26,
Yeah.
people's taxes were able to go up, and they did go up by more than 2.5% plus new growth because there was an operating override for $11.98 million that passed in 23. Now we have taxed to the maximum of that, and costs continue, as Superintendent
The
Wong
problem is
said,
the
costs
growing
continue to rise, but we can no longer increase the levy beyond 2.5 plus new growth.
Okay. Here's my question.
If I could also add that the outlook for the next 3 years is different than the outlook for the past 3 years. When I reviewed the override slides for the past override, the town allocation actually, there was a capacity to give almost 4 million for each of the year's increases, which wasn't, so, but the override helped give more. And so it is a big difference. So in the past override, the town did have capacity to contribute significantly more than in the out years. And healthcare costs and other inflationary items have just really exacerbated and decreased the town's capacity to contribute to that. So that's a big factor. And I'm saying we're trying to get to that level, but the town's capacity to cover that has diminished.
Okay, Michael?
Thank you to you and your team for this very thorough presentation, where it's helpful to all of us and to the public. I have 2 questions. The first is, in your slide before where you talked about the 22.1 FTEs that you're planning to cut, regardless of whether or not an override passes. You said that any further cuts would compromise educational programming. And I just want to make sure I'm clear, those 22.1, are you saying that those cuts are not compromising educational programming?
So often a budget is presented as this is level service. So I'm going to say the budget that we are presenting for FY27 is below level service. At the district office level, we are understaffed. And so we are seeking to restore one position, but we reduced others to try to do that. So we made the cuts, further efficiencies at the district level. So I can't say we are at level service for that, but we did it to protect the pre-K and the high school. We right-sized mostly those reductions in the pre-K and through the high school through looking at class size guidance, and also we looked at caseloads. So we do feel those reductions where we right-sized that we're presenting a level service with respect to our students. But it's still a reduced level because we did cut our educational and technology specialists by 50%. So I can't say it's level service, but so it's not exactly level service, but we do think, given the financial circumstances, that was something that we were committed to do. But at this point, we've right-sized, so any further reductions will compromise programming.
Thank you. Thank you. And my second question, to the other end, in the no override scenario, you talked about an additional 14.5% reduction in staff overall.
Over 3 years.
Over those
Yes.
3 years. But you also said that your special education requirements were mandated by law.
Yes.
So the question I have is that 14.5% then generally going to be taken from general ed in order to protect the mandated services in special ed?
The bulk of it will be disproportionate to general education. There might be, some like paraprofessionals that we might reduce at the specialized services, but it will be disproportionately in general education.
And right now, what's the sort of proportional split between general ed and special ed?
Overall in our staffing, I don't know if you have that. Sorry.
Next slide, I think. Yeah,
Here it is.
okay,
Okay.
I see. Okay, so it's about roughly 2/3, 1/3. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I should say it's not just special education that are mandated services. There's also ELL. So there are other mandated services besides special education, but we would have to keep those.
Okay.
Sorry, English language learners. Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Superintendent, thank you for your presentation and all
I'm
you
sorry.
do.
I had my hand up. Is that all right?
Oh,
Yeah.
okay, you can go.
I haven't asked a question yet. But thank you very much.
Well, I had a question too. but-
Oh, well, then you should ask
No,
it
no,
too.
go ahead.
Thank you, Superintendent. And I want to preface just this quick question by saying your team, and I include Susan Givens as the veteran member of your team, I think is giving people a lot of hope. And they haven't necessarily had hope in all of these recent years for various reasons. But thank you very much for that. And I would though like to ask you, can someone put up the slide on page 13? Is that possible, or if we're not too far into the presentation?
13.
Budget FY '27? And I ask this question for the intention of, with the intention of just bringing home to people the kind of gap that we are talking about between routine increases in the size of budgets versus what the town, by the 2.5 mandate, is held to. If you take 2.5% that the mandate holds us to, and then the 1% that we usually get in addition to that from new growth, adds up to 3.5%. The line that says on this table, increase from prior year budget, shows a 5.9% increase in FY '24, 4.44% in FY '25. These are actuals. And then the budget, FY '26, a 4.34, FY '27 projected 4.91, FY '28 projected 3.68, FY '29 projected 4.67. To a person who asks, are we ever going to get those numbers within the range of a roughly 3.5% available revenue increase every year, do you have an answer?
I think that I feel very positively that we've actually increased on the percent increases. We've improved on the percent increases in the out years, and we'll continue to look for efficiencies. But I can't tell you that we would get to 3.5% necessarily. Our tuition costs, it's $10 million of our budget, and we don't have control over those rates. Those rates are determined by DESE, the Department of Elementary and Secondary Education, and they generally, they've sometimes allowed 14% increases, 7% increases. So that's a big piece for us. Transportation, utilities, those are costs that those increases always exceed 2.5%. So we're trying to find efficiencies. We have identified some revenue sources, but some of our expenses are not in our control, and they are generally part of our mandated services to our resident students.
And if I may just finish by posing another question for people to think about. I don't have the answer, but I think the answer is knowable. I wonder what a analysis of income increases over that period of time would indicate. Have incomes been increasing 5.9% in '24, 4.4%, 4.9%, 3.68%, 4.67%. That's where I'm telling people what they already know. That's where the money comes from to pay for sustaining this level of budget increase. And I suspect that the comparison would show that they haven't been increasing at that rate. If anyone can, show me numbers otherwise, that's fine.
So, Superintendent Wong, I have a question from your budget summary. I was sort of troubled by something in here. And it was what would occur in a no overrides scenario at the high school, where the reductions in staffing could result in the high school not meeting state requirements and the consequences of that. I think the school committee asked you to reach out to DESE and ask them what those consequences are, and then I have a second question
Yes.
related to that.
I do remember that the question was asked, and I have to say we did not do that, but we can still do that.
The reason why I raise that is that that suggests that even at a 86% reduction from your full total ask, there is a risk that the high school, as well as other programs in the district, could be out of compliance with DESE standards. And a lower percentage has even greater risk of being out of compliance. And I guess I just want people to know that that is what we're really looking at if we offer the community the opportunity to just slash the school committee's budget.
So thank you for that. Another collateral concern is as we eliminate generalized supports, that we might have more students that will be identified for individualized educational plans if we eliminate the generalized supports. So over time, the district has invested in that to bring some of those numbers down. Our percent of students on IEPs also compares quite favorably with other districts at this time. But that is a number that could increase if we were to eliminate all those other supports.
David?
To that point regarding supports, could you talk a little bit about the differences between Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3 interventions, and how having paraprofessional support at grade 1, for instance, can help prevent children from ending up in the special education track?
So tiered 1 supports are generally as what all classroom teachers are trained to do. And so just interventions, different methodologies of a student struggling. Tier 2 doesn't mean you're on an IEP or on a 504 or a specialized plan, but Tier 2 would be more targeted supports, and that could be represented like the +1s tutorials at the high school, or these the paraprofessionals that every kindergarten classroom now has one paraprofessional, grade 1 as well. Those are the generalized supports to do that. But there's also, especially in the high school, there are intervention supports for students that are, and then Tier 3 is more specialized, targeted supports, often represented by an IEP or a 504. And so the theory of action is the more you invest in Tier 1, Tier 2 supports, that ultimately you won't have as many students needing the Tier 3. So it's a long-term investment in their ability to thrive, but also in decreasing the cost of intensive specialized services at a later time.
And I think it's important for the public to understand that, because in looking at the slide, in the event that there's no override that passes, there would be 13 FTEs eliminated for first grade paraprofessionals. Many other paraprofessionals would be lost. And some people who don't necessarily have an understanding of these different tiers of support might think, well, do we really need that extra body in the room? And actually it makes a very big difference both for the education of the student and also the financial ramifications down the line.
Thank you. Especially in those primary grades, when students develop more broadly in the K1, 2, and even grade 3, it's important to have those early supports so they don't get behind, and then so those gaps don't appear and they move forward.
Michael?
So I'm going to take a potential leap here. When we started, you outlined some areas of agreement, and I'm sort of listening to the conversation. And I'm just interested to know whether, as a group, we are also sort of coming to the agreement that putting an amount on the override that is less than full funding is not in the service of our town. So that we potentially should only put in full funding. So I'm just asking whether we are reaching that consensus or not, or whether we need to have more discussion.
So you're saying that we would not do a tiered override?
Or whatever levels we have, they would all guarantee full funding.
Okay.
John,
John.
yeah, I just wanted to say, in fairness, that the comparison that I just asked for from the slide on page 13 should also be made for the town. You know, I think it would be very interesting to, you know, put right next to the school number increase for FY24, the town number increase, FY25, 6, 7, 8, 9. And I can't say, you know, without going back to the books, what that comparison would show. I think, at a guess, I would say it would show that both are above, mostly above, the 3.5%, which is kind of the magic number when you combine the allowed 2.5% with the 1% we get from new growth. But I don't know if there would be differences in how much they vary from that 3.5% number. And in fairness, I think we should, at some point, just you know, have available to us both sets of numbers. And nobody has kept them from us. It's just that we haven't had this particular table in front of us.
Paul,
Is it okay?
you responding to Michael?
Is it time to deliberate, or?
Yeah, let's
I
do
thought-
that.
I thought maybe I.
Oh, wait, actually, we
We have to have a hearing.
need to
We
hear
have a
from
public hearing.
You have
the
the unions
unions.
and the public.
And we have a public hearing, too, right?
Yeah.
Point taken.
I do have the numbers that David asked for.
Mhm.
So if you were to take the 19.99 and run it in the same way that you and take it down, so that you would be taking it all, basically doing the equivalent of solving for this and taking it all at once. The top line number would be $17.198 million. So basically 17.2 million, of which 4.81 million would go to the town, and 12.38 million would go to the schools. Total increase over 3 years would be 16.47%. It would leave the school's stabilization fund with $4.6 million at the end, and the town with $300,000 at the end. So you'd be looking at pretty sizable gap on both ends there. But neither side would go into the red. So that's your $17.2 million option. This would be the upfront version of 19.99 pay-as-you-go.
Okay, why don't we move on to the next part of this agenda? No, not the public hearing. We're going to hear from the fire union and the teachers union. I don't know who wants to go first. Whoever gets to the microphone first.
Good evening, everybody. This presentation is going to have 3 parts. First, I'm going to read a joint statement from all of the public employee unions.
Introduce yourself first.
Justin Brown, president of the Brookline Educators Union. And then we're going to hear from Declan Ward, who's the president of the Firefighters Union. Then who's going to speak specifically about fire-related issues. And then I'm going to come back and speak specifically about.
You each have 10 minutes. So
Sounds good.
share it carefully.
All right, this is a joint statement from the Brookline Public Unions in support of an override. Again, I am Justin Brown. I'm the president of the Brookline Educators Union. We, the undersigned, represent employees in public safety, public works, and public education for Brookline. We are the secretaries, trash collectors, police officers, kitchen staff, firefighters, educators, custodians, civil engineers, and many others who make Brookline go. We are also working people who care about our jobs, each other, and our communities. We endorse an override amount of $23.2 million, the current top level, and its promise of continued level service funding for the next 3 years. It is a necessary step for the town and schools to fund the services our communities expect at the levels that they expect. This full amount is an investment in Brookline's future and will help Brookline maintain its status as one of the most desirable places to live in Massachusetts. It's clear that anything less will result in losses in jobs, losses in programs, and losses in the capacity to educate the students of PSB, provide important and urgent services to Brookline's neighborhoods, and keep Brookline's infrastructure running. We encourage our members to be involved in a successful override campaign and urge the voters of Brookline to get involved, learn about the issues, and vote on May 5th. Respectfully, Justin Brown, the president of the Brookline Educators Union, Michael Keaveney, president of the Brookline Police Union, William Smith, president of the Brookline Engineering Division Associates, Mona Saltalamacchia, president of AFSCME, Local 1358, and Declan Ward, president of the Brookline Firefighters Union, Local 950. So I'm going to pass it on to Declan.
How you doing? Good evening, everybody, members of the Select Board. My name is Declan Ward, and I stand before you tonight as the proud president of Brookline Firefighters, IAFF Local 950, representing the men and women who protect this community every hour of every day. I want to be clear from the start, failing to properly fund the fire department to the level necessary to maintain services is a direct threat to public safety. Without that funding, the result will be firehouse closures, layoffs, reduced frontline response capability. Brookline is not a quiet suburban town. It is a densely populated urban community with multifamily housing, high-rise buildings, busy roadways, public transit, and a growing population that depends on rapid emergency response. And while this department currently staffs its apparatus appropriately, closing firehouses means response times increase and fewer firefighters are on scene when they are needed most. The importance of a fully staffed department is not my opinion. It is based on facts. These cuts mean layoffs. They mean closed firehouses. They mean longer response times. They mean fewer firefighters are in when seconds matter most, and in this job, seconds are everything. When a fire doubles in size every minute, when someone is trapped, when a medical emergency turns critical, there's no substitute for staffing and proximity. We don't have to guess what happens when resources are reduced. We've seen it. Just this last year, we witnessed a tragedy that occurred in Fall River that highlighted these consequences. When 10 people lost their lives in an assisted living facility fire, making it the deadliest fire in Massachusetts, in more than 4 decades. A recent fatal house fire in Needham, where a young woman died while crews were still waiting for mutual aid, shows exactly what's at stake when frontline resources aren't available close to home. Decisions about reducing apparatus or staffing are not abstract. They directly affect whether help gets there in time. The lesson is simple. Full staffing and response times matter. It is often said that the mutual aid from Boston and other surrounding communities will make up the difference. That is not reality. Boston firefighters are staffed to manage their own high call volume and are not necessarily available to cover staffing shortages in other departments. Engine 37 and Ladder 26 do respond into Brookline, but in many circumstances, they are often committed to their own emergencies, which take priority. Mutual aid is not meant to support a properly resourced department. Mutual aid is meant to support a properly, Mutual aid is meant to support a properly resourced department, not replace one. Simply put, it is an unsustainable practice that is neither realistic nor responsible. Our Chief Sullivan brings valuable experience from Worcester, including a clear understanding of how quickly conditions can overwhelm available resources and the serious consequences when that happens. The Worcester cold storage fire, which claimed the lives of 6 firefighters and forever changed 6 families, stands as a sobering reminder why adequate staffing and timely response are non-negotiable. While the chief manages the budget he is given, he does not control how it is funded. That lies with our elected officials and this community. All the more reason we call on him to use his position to ensure staffing decisions reflect the hard lessons of past tragedies and work with us to support our department needs to protect both firefighters and the community. This comes down to responsibility. Balancing a budget is your job as elected officials, but public safety is non-negotiable. If firehouses are closed and firefighters are laid off, those decisions are being made here by this board, Residents are being forced into an override vote because elected officials have put them in this predicament, and consequences will follow. There's a critical decision coming before the residents of Brookline, and an override vote is not just about dollars. It's about whether Brookline maintains the level of protection its residents have come to expect and depend on. A yes vote is necessary to prevent firehouse closures, avoid layoffs, and ensure that when someone calls 911, help arrives quickly with the staffing needed to make a difference. This vote is bigger than us. It's about the resident trapped in a fire, the senior needing immediate care, the family asleep, trusting help will come. Brookline firefighters are counting on you and on this community to get this right. So I'll close with this. The next tragedy, it doesn't happen somewhere else. It happens here. And there are no second chances when it does. If these cuts go through, the question won't be if it costs lives. It's when. Do not make these cuts. Do not close firehouses. Do not compromise safety. And to the residents, support the override. Vote yes, because when you fund this department properly, you're not just funding a service, you're saving lives. Thank you.
Again, for everybody, I am Justin Brown, the president of the Brookline Educators Union, which represents approximately 1,300 paraprofessionals, teachers, and administrators of the public schools of Brookline. Over the past several months, I've done my homework by watching all of the override committee meetings. I've also watched the school committee meetings and have watched as the superintendent and her staff have put together the FY27 budget. I'm here to say that we fully endorse the full amount of $23.2 million on the override. It's clear that the results of a failed override would be catastrophic for PSB. No need to rehash all the details here, but two headlines stick out to us. A high school that would be so compromised, it would struggle to retain accreditation for FY29, and elementary sections ballooning to 35 plus students next to shuttered classrooms with no funds to staff them. The full $23.2 million is necessary not just because it will maintain level services, but because it is an investment. It is an investment in stability for students and educators. Successful educational outcomes are based on stable, predictable, and trusted relationships. The only way to do this is ensuring that working conditions are as stable as possible. It's an investment in trust in the voters of Brookline by saying yes to the full level services amount of $23.2 million. You are approaching the kind of budgetary stability that we all need and deserve. Anything less invites the possibilities of continued tension and strife for 3 budget cycles. And finally, it's an investment in the future. Along with the Brookline School Committee and Superintendent Wong, we have a shared vision of educational excellence for the students of PSB, where everyone has a chance to thrive. Excellence needs to be achieved and excellence needs to be maintained. And of the options available, only the full amount has the promise for both. Thank you.
Okay, that was less than the 10 minutes per union that you had. So let's move on to our public hearing. Melanie, could you open it up? Or read the rules and then I'll open it up.
Give me 1 second. Okay. Now that the chair has opened the public hearing, if there's anyone that wishes to speak, please raise your hand using the raise your hand feature if you are online, or make your presence known in the room. We have about 34 people online and a lot in this room. We do have people that have signed up prior. First up is Dave Porter.
Hello, lesson learned. My name's Dave Porter. I'm a town meeting member. My wife Julie and I own and reside at 21 Clark Road in Precinct 6. Our 2 kids go to Runkle, and current plan is for them to graduate from BHS. My oldest is in 4th grade. This year, he started learning the double bass. He loves it. It's expanding his mind in a way that a world-class school in a world-class town is supposed to. I look forward to it continuing to do so. 2 years ago, the elementary world languages program did not continue to do so. Despite promises associated with the previous override, it was cut. For my kids, it's gone forever. We are here to call on you to put full funding numbers and only full funding numbers on the ballot. Lowballing us, once again raising taxes and then having to cut programs, will crater trust in the override process and in town government. We have friends and neighbors on fixed income. We understand that they will feel this more than we will. For everyone's sake, but for theirs especially, the full number had better be the necessary number. So, who can we trust? On the town side, we have administrator and local superhero Chaz Carey. On the school side, after a few frankly trust-weakening years, we have the impressive Superintendent Bella Wong, who has said repeatedly that she understands her role as a cautious steward of our tax dollars, and I think has demonstrated it tonight. Brookline has the leadership it needs. We are therefore here tonight to call on you to trust your staff and your constituents to rise to this moment and to put full funding numbers and only full funding numbers on the ballot to keep strong what makes Brookline, by some measures and my own, the best place to live in America. Thank you.
Next is Aileen Nielsen.
If you're online, you can use the raise hand feature.
I don't see her online.
Okay.
Okay,
Back
we'll go to Jeremy Redburn.
Good evening, Chair and members of the Select Board. My name's Jeremy Redburn. I'm a town meeting member and resident of Precinct 12, and I'm here tonight representing Yes for Brookline 2026. I hold here a petition signed by 1,269 Brookline residents, our neighbors, school committee members, library trustees, town meeting members, and residents from every corner of town. All these people are deeply concerned about losing the things that help make Brookline the amazing place that we all love. We know and they know that raising taxes is difficult. We understand the real burden this places on everyone: families, seniors living on fixed incomes, small business owners. We don't take that lightly, but as Dave said, we trust that we have the right leaders to be good stewards of that money. And we also understand something else that you've heard a lot about tonight, and I'm sure you'll hear more. Not acting now has real impacts. The cuts aren't abstract. They have real impacts on real people. We trust our town and school leadership will continue to work toward finding ways to cut costs, make our town and school operations as efficient as possible, as well as seeking new sources of revenue. That work must continue. But we've already made significant cuts. We've already identified operational savings. And still, the math doesn't work. This petition asks you to do three things. Place an override on the May ballot with all possible haste. We need to be out there talking to voters about what's actually to be voted on. Set it at the level that our town and school leaders tell us we need. And please, communicate transparently with residents about what happens if we fail to act or if we act insufficiently. Thank you.
Next, we have Marissa Vogt.
Hi, everyone. I'm Marissa Vogt. I'm a town meeting member for Precinct 6. I'm speaking tonight as both a parent to kids in the public schools and as an elected library trustee because I want to robustly fund both our town and school services. Next year, my kids will be in first grade and fourth grade, and I don't want my daughter's first grade para to get cut or my son to miss out on starting an instrument next year. I don't want our libraries to cut a part-time library assistant position and potentially have to reduce our opening hours or offerings. So tonight I'm urging the select board to put only one override question on the ballot that fully funds both the town and school budget needs. And I want to be clear that we should not be entertaining any override amount that does not fully fund our town and school needs. We made that mistake in 2023 by not putting a sufficient override amount on the ballot. That mistake has led to confusion and mistrust from voters who supported the 2023 override, only to see world language get cut the following year. That mistake has exacerbated tension in how our limited public funds can be divided between the SoTown town side and the school side. That mistake has set up perennial school budget gaps that consume so much of our community energy and prevents the school committee and PSB leadership from tackling other important issues that will benefit our students and educators. So I'm asking you tonight to not repeat the mistakes of the past, to please avoid unnecessarily confusing voters by placing multiple questions on the ballot with the same service levels, and to please be honest with voters about our town and schools' budget needs. Allowing an insufficient override ask to go on the ballot would be intellectually dishonest because it would suggest that a smaller number could be enough, when we know that it isn't. We'll be setting up our town and schools to continually face perennial, significant budget cuts, potentially even losing complete programs as soon as next year. And voters will once again end up feeling like Charlie Brown after Lucy yanks the football away. Please show your trust and support for our excellent town and school administration, who have said that they need this full funding to serve our community. Please put a single sufficient override ask on the ballot, and let's get to work turning out yes votes to support our town and schools. Thank you.
Emily Jaffe is next.
Good evening, Chair and members of the Select Board. My name is Emily Jaffe, and I am a Brookline resident in Precinct 9, a parent to a first grader at FRR, and co-chair of the Brookline Special Education Parent Advisory Council, or CPAC. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. I am here to urge you to place options on the ballot that would fully fund our public schools. This is not just a budget issue, it is an equity issue. When our schools are underfunded, the burden does not fall evenly across our community. It falls most heavily on students who already face the greatest challenges: students with disabilities, students from low-income families, and those who rely entirely on the public system to meet their needs. Families with financial means often have alternatives. They can turn to private schools, tutoring, or other supplemental resources when public services fall short. But many families in Brookline do not have those options. For them, our public schools are not just one choice among many, they are the only choice. And for students receiving special education services, our schools are not just a place of learning, they are a lifeline. These students depend on consistent, well-funded support systems, specialized staff, meaningful inclusion, and legally mandated services. When funding gaps lead to cuts or understaffing, those are not just abstract reductions, they translate directly into lost opportunities, unmet needs, and diminished futures. We should be clear about what underfunding means in practice. It means larger class sizes, elimination of programs, fewer support staff, and increased strain on educators who are already doing everything they can. And again, the students who feel these impacts most acutely are those who have the least margin for disruption. Brookline has long prided itself on being a community that values education and fairness. If we believe in those values, then we must ensure that every student, not just those with resources, has access to a fully supported, high-quality education. Placing funding options on the ballot is about giving the residents the opportunity to uphold that commitment. It allows the community to decide whether we are willing to invest in all of our children, including those who depend on us the most. This is not about excess, it is about adequacy. It is about meeting our obligations and living up to our principles. I urge you to put forward ballot options that will fully fund our schools. Our students, especially those without alternatives, cannot afford anything less. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Erin Meyer is next.
Hi. I don't like public speaking. I like to say that up front because I think it's important when people like myself that are uncomfortable doing so come here to talk to you today. My name is Erin Meyer. I live on Powell Street in Brookline, and I'm a parent of PSB 8th grader and 10th grader, both of whom have benefited greatly from the rebuild of our neighborhood elementary school, the Ruffin Ridley School, FRR, former Devo, as well as the BHS renovation. I voted yes not only for my kids, but for the staff of our school and for the many community groups who now enjoy the use of the space outside of our school hours in the previous override that helped to rebuild this school. I did the same for students and educators and the greater community at Driscoll and at Pierce, and I will vote yes in this upcoming override to support staffing across all PSB schools. I'm here tonight to say that I am not alone. There are many parents, current and past, and Brookline community members who, like me, will come out to say yes. Please give us the opportunity to show you that we want to support our schools and our town, even when the numbers feel and are big. But most importantly, I am here to encourage you as a board to support this override. I am thankful for the time to be heard, but please listen to the guidance from the Brookline residents that you appointed, to the Expenditures and Revenue Study Committee, to our superintendent, to the other people who are the experts in the room. I'm sorry, I've lost my place. I think we've heard tonight very clearly what will happen if it does not pass. Please know that there are many of us who are listening tonight, who are listening to people that have spoken not behind closed doors, in smaller spaces. The numbers are growing. There is support. We are listening. Please support a yes vote. Thank you.
Next is Jim Rauch. He's not online. Stephen Reeders. Also not online. Jane LaCursey.
Hello, Select Board. Chaz. My name is Jane LaCursey. I live on Francis Street. I have 2 children at the Lawrence School. And as we heard tonight, I think the other tiers and options are too complicated for voters to be able to differentiate and make an informed decision. So I do hope, as Selectman Rubenstein was saying, of only having the 2 options for clarity. I also think the framing of the question, since we have actually had an override in place up until now, it's more, are we voters saying we should make a big cut to how we're raising taxes as opposed to increasing them? The Prop 2.5 is artificially limiting our ability to levy, and as we hear about fixed costs rising, it's not reasonable to operate under that constraint. So thank you for your service and for your time.
Next we have Dick Benka, and he's online.
Can we unpin Chief Pastor?
Thank you. Thank you. I am trying to share a window if I could. Good. Thank you very much. Dick Benka, a member of the ENRSC, a town meeting member from Precinct 14. I just wanted to follow up on questions that Paul, David, and John raised about the phased-in versus the upfront structure of the override. And I just urge you to avoid misleading the voters or creating a lightning rod or a target during this campaign. What was denominated as tiers by Chaz are not really tiers as understood by the ENRSC. There were 2 different taxing approaches that the ENRSC defined as options. Option 1 was basically phased in. That's your 23.25 million. Option 2 was upfront for everyone. That's your 18.6 million. And any tier, as the ENRSC understood it, would then proceed from one of those numbers, offering voters a somewhat lower impact. And that was motivated by the ENRSC's concern about a failed override and offering a lower option as a hedge against a totally failed override. As you noted, the nominal lower amount of option 2 the upfront amount would actually result in higher taxes during the 3 years than option 1 would, the phased-in amount. And I've done a chart that shows that. These use figures that the sixth floor provided to the ENRSC. Doesn't add the 1% CPA tax. It doesn't take account of the time value of money. The first group takes our median single-family current fiscal year tax of about $21,000 and uses option 1, the phased-in 23.25 million. You end up over 3 years with additional taxes of about $8,300, 39.82%. If you go with the nominally lower upfront amount of 18.6 million, the actual taxes paid by the median single-family property would be over $400 more. They'd be $8,784. Same impact for condos. With the phased-in nominal amount of 23.25 million over 3 years, current tax of $12,230, additional $4,872. If you went with the nominally lower amount of the upfront 18.6 million, the taxes paid over this 3-year period, the increased taxes paid over this 3-year period by the median condo would rise to over $5,000. So there's a difference. And I really do urge you to avoid creating an issue by putting the option 1 and option 2 on the ballot at the same time.
Your time is up.
And thank you.
Dick, could you email that slide to the board, please?
I would be very happy to.
Thank you.
We don't have anybody else signed up, but there's Alyssa is online with her hand raised.
Okay.
Looks like there are people.
Is there someone in the audience?
If folks want to speak in the audience, you can just approach the podium. If folks online want to speak, please use the raise hand.
Let
feature on
Alyssa go
Zoom.
first.
She's been raising her hand.
Thank you. Alyssa Plazanja from Precinct 8. I don't envy the select board and having to bear the weight of this decision, but I did want to just offer some thoughts based on my professional experience, which is in considering options for the ballot, you know, nobody likes to pay higher taxes, right? So if given a choice, most people would opt for a smaller increase rather than a larger increase. And depending on, if you give 2 choices, one which is full funding, one which is, you know, only partially funding, chances are partially funding is going to win. If you offer 3 choices, behavioral economics, because of the compromise effect, most people will go for the option in the middle. And so as Chaz Carey, the options that he had laid out earlier, I think the middle one was the 19 million that would be partial funding. That's probably what's going to win. So if you offer any options that are less than full funding, that's the likely outcome. And so that I would therefore urge you to offer only a full funding option because of the consequences of not having all of the money that has been asked for. If you do end up offering a choice that includes less than full funding, I don't know what the limitations are legally, but I think it would be very important to have as part of the ballot question some kind of high-level statement about the consequences. So when Administrator Carey had the sample ballot question up, I don't know if it said like 23 million, which would fully fund existing town and school services, 19 million, whatever the number is, which would result in cuts to existing town and school services so that people understand not everyone's going to read the, you know, the pros and cons, or, you know, there will be people who just go and vote with less than full information. So I think it's really important to try to, if you end up offering that option, have some kind of consequences that are built into the ballot question if that's allowed. Separate from all of this, I did read the Expenditures and Revenues Study Committee's report, And one question that I have is, in looking at potential sources of additional revenue, one thing that I didn't see was raising parking meter rates, and I guess I'm curious why that would not have been something that the town would look at doing, given that our rates are, certainly less than neighboring Boston, and that seems like a place that, an opportunity among all the other options that were looked at to potentially as a revenue stream. Thank you.
Okay, step to the mic, please.
Good evening. Thank you for the time. My name is Sarah Luchansky. I'm a parent of a BHS and Driscoll student, and I am grateful to be a part of the school community here. It has been a great experience for them. And I just wanted to read a few words that my daughter Harper, who's 11, had written out to say, but she has MCAS tomorrow, and so she needed to go home. So I have to say, some of her favorite classes are Chinese and conservatory. And so about Chinese, she said, our teacher always helps us learn by showing us a song we sing, and we learn faster and in a fun way. And she also wanted you all to know that in conservatory, we practice very hard and then have a concert that we are very excited about. Losing that would take away a very good opportunity. But also, cutting these jobs is cutting these people who work very hard to help kids and make a living for their family. So just speaking on her behalf, I ask that you please put the override on the ballot to fully fund the school and town services. Thank you.
You're next.
Hi, my name is Sophia Warner. I live in the FR school district where my daughter's in first grade, and my son will be entering kindergarten next year. I've lived in Brookline almost my entire life, and I just really would urge the select board to only put two options on the ballot, either full funding, which is really to sustain the current level of services with some already very significant cuts, as we've heard from Superintendent Wong. I think we have been very lucky to have such an incredibly talented leader heading our public school system in Brookline, and we've heard that they have made considerable efforts to cut funding where they are able. And so I hope that we can be very clear with voters that anything other than full funding is really a cut to current level of services. And the public school system in Brookline is something that draws many people to this town. It's a big reason that many of us live here. And I think that we have to be very clear with voters that if we don't fully fund the school system, that we're looking at these very significant cuts. And I think this is really what we owe to our town, is to make it, to give the members of our town very clear options, and not put more than two options on the ballot, since we have learned from the 2023 experience that has led to confusion and a lack of trust. So thank you.
Okay, it looks like that's the conclusion of our public hearing. And I would like to take a break. 5 minutes.
Want to
Enough?
close the public hearing before we take a break?
Pardon me?
Do you want to close the public hearing before we take a break?
I'll adjourn it.
Okay.
But first, tell me if you want to take a break.
Yes.
Okay, good. Let's adjourn the public hearing, and we will return and deliberate.
Deliberately. So, Chaz.
Yeah.
I looked up the numbers.
Okay, we are back to continue the, I guess we didn't close the public hearing, we just adjourned it. Are there any other people who would like to speak before we close the public hearing and start deliberating among the board? Okay, seeing none and no one online, let's close the public hearing. And let's start to talk about what remains to be decided. First, number of tiers, whether we have one tier or more than one tier. And I think Michael sort of raised some issues there.
You mean in my question?
Yeah.
Well, the question I raised, and I'll just repeat it, and you can respond to it or take this to another path, is that I was getting a sense from the questions that other members of the board, it wasn't clear to me that anybody was interested in putting anything on the ballot that represented anything less than full funding. And the reason I asked that question is because it simplifies our decision matrix. That was all.
Well, let's take a straw poll on that. I mean, I'll tell you what I think. I started out thinking that we would put 2 tiers on the ballot. Sort of following up on the Expenditure and Revenue Study Committee's fear that without a lower option, the voters would turn down the override. I guess I've changed my mind after reading the superintendent's materials. And the high school example was just one, illustration of the problem with even the 86% reduction from full funding. Even that would devastate the schools, let alone anything lower than that. And I'm not sure that we want to, I mean, the risk is that the override fails. But if it fails, we can put it on the ballot again and hope that the community understands the importance of funding. So I'm inclined to say that we just put one tier, as you call it, on the ballot, and that be the full funding amount. David?
So I agree with you, Bernard. And just for a little more context, when we had the last override, that was more of a true tiered override in the sense that there was, when it wasn't even really level funded, even that one included some inherent cuts to it. So that override, I would say, was more the equivalent of the 86% choice and what some would consider a nice to have on composting. And those were 2 truly different numbers. The composting portion did not pass, and we ended up with what I would say is the 86% equivalent. And the voters were somewhat upset with that, I would say, because they voted to increase their taxes, and then a lot of services they cared about were cut anyway. And while there are very valid explanations for why that occurred. At a visceral level, I can understand why voters would feel a lack of transparency in that, in voting for a number that doesn't reflect the true need. And here we're presented with that choice again. We didn't hear a single person advocate for having a lower option other than for the purpose of hedging against a failed override. But there wasn't anybody saying we truly like this 19 number as a preferred option. And also, as I'm sure you're receiving as well, all of us are receiving many emails from members in the community, and I can't recall a single one saying, I prefer the lower option. I mean, we do hear a little bit, again, people saying let's hedge, but no one's saying that they actually prefer the lower one over the higher one. So given what we're hearing from the community, given the tremendous need that the schools have articulated, and also the town side, although we spent a little less time talking about that tonight, I think that we go with one number, the number that fully funds both the schools and the towns. And if it doesn't work out, there is nothing that prevents us, as you just said, from going back to the voters later at some other figure. And sometimes we need that reality check from the voters one way or the other. That'll inform us.
John, I need to kind of.
My head is spinning. Well, I'm going to cite history of what happens when you deny voters' choice. People have heard me cite it before. I happen to have been pretty deeply involved in it. There was a so-called bundled question on the ballot, which said you can vote to build both the new Driscoll School and a brand new ninth school, or you could vote not to do that, but you can't vote to build the Driscoll School alone, or you can't vote to build the new ninth school alone. And the fact that people were being denied a choice became the primary motivator of the vote that resulted, which was a no vote, which was very, very unusual in Brookline. And people, still remember the term bundling as a result of that particular year and that particular vote. What we're facing tonight is much the same kind of a situation. I'm a little surprised to hear people say, you shouldn't offer a second choice because the voters might choose it. I'm sorry, that kind of rubs me the wrong way. I thought that was what democracy was all about. I don't know if the voters will choose a lower amount. And I feel like the only way to find out if they'll choose a lower amount is to offer them a lower amount. So I definitely am in favor of both the full funding option and only I think we should drop the use of the word tiers, by the way. I'm fully in favor of the full funding option with the traditional style of, pay as you go. And then a secondary funding option, which is somewhere between what meets the essential needs of the schools and at the same time recognizes that the situation that I pointed to with that table from Bella Wong's very good presentation of having a built-in, almost like a guarantee in how we create expectations in our budgets, that our expectation will be a 4 or 5 or 6% increase in budgets year in and year out, year in and year out, year in and year out. And then what happens after 3 years of that, because of the difference between 4, 5, or 6% and 3.5%, which is the usual revenue increase we get, we end up having to have another override. And that cycle, at some point, has to end. And it ends if and when there is a recognition by all sides that there has to be a sort of a dialing back of expectations in terms of our negotiated contracts with employees, because that's where 80% of the drive towards 4, 5, or 6% annual budget increases year after year after year, That's where it comes from. And these are not easy words to say. Nobody likes, saying we need to dial back our expectations to something a little bit less, but that's what it is, a little bit less. It's 3.5% versus 4.5%, arguably. And it becomes the responsibility of the elected officials, the select board and the school committee, to go back to the negotiating table if and when there is an approval of a less than 100% fully funded ask in an override, but more like an 85% figure. If there's a approval of that, it tells us what we need to do. And that's another reason to at least offer voters the choice. The voters might send us a message with that choice. We need to hear messages every now and then from the voters, and that's one well worth hearing. I happen to think the other advantage of offering something like an 85% choice is that it avoids the pitfall of no choice means a no vote. And I know people have just sort of blithely said, oh yeah, but we could come back and ask them again. Well, do you think they're going to say yes if you ask them for the same amount again? I mean, to make that assumption is to assume the ultimate end of offering people a choice would be either that, that they might take the choice, or the ultimate end of it, no choice, could be rejection of the full amount, and then you'll end up having to offer them like an 85% choice. You can't just offer them the same 100% choice again. So I think we should recognize that there's something useful to be learned from putting a choice on the ballot and seeing what the voters choose.
Paul.
Thanks. So first, thanks, John, for your comments, and David's and Bernard's. I do want to acknowledge that the decision we're making tonight, and I actually do hope we make this tonight. I don't think we need to wait till next week. I think it'd be a mistake in educating everybody in the community about what hard, difficult choice or choices they have to make. So I would hope that we do this tonight. There are people that, based on what we do tonight, may be able to stay in Brookline or not, based on the cost. Some people may decide to leave Brookline because they don't want to attend a less than school system that is not fully funded. I'm very concerned about that. People leaving the school system and seeing a death spiral at the schools. We already have people that are moving into Brookline. It's great to have new neighbors, but they're coming in and they're not putting their kids in the school system. They're sending them to private. We have a number of families that have taken their kids out of the schools and they put them in private after because of COVID. And the danger, I think, that we face with the schools is, and I'll speak to the town in a minute, but the schools is that to not fully fund or to have cuts to the extent that we're talking about, either at the fully funded or even at a partial funding, the cuts are very, very deep. I'm concerned about the reputation of Brookline and what it will mean to the school system going forward, and frankly, to property values. Amy and I haven't been shy about this, are here because of the school system, because it's a safe place to live, because we have great services. Brookline has had a stellar reputation. It's one of the reasons why we chose to live here. It's not so attractive when our second grader can't get support at school, or our sixth grader can't go to conservatory or voice or whatever. And then the thought of the level of cuts that we may see as our daughter gets prepared to go to the high school. She's sixth grade, in 3 years she'll be a ninth grader and at the high school. And I will tell you that I would have to think very hard about staying in the public school system, whether I want my kids to continue. And Amy and I are having those difficult conversations now. So, but I also want to talk on the town side. We did hear tonight that this isn't just about the schools, it's about public safety. It's about our police department and whether we're going to have sufficient staffing. Our chief has done a great job in maintaining our services. I think that I'd like to see more without 6 police officers, filled positions. Those positions would go away forever. The fire department, I have not been shy about my view of moving to minimum manning of 3 and closing fire stations and brownouts and all that. I think that's a disaster in the making, and I agree with the gentleman that spoke tonight, the president of the union. I think it would be detrimental to public safety. So this just isn't about the schools for me. It's also our town services and our ability to plan and generate more commercial revenue. And being able to pursue some of our other goals that we have around sustainability. So I fully support fully funding the schools in the town. I am concerned about a little bit of rolling the dice with one number. But I think that one number, fully funding, is very clear to the voters. This, if you don't fund this, this is what you stand to lose. You stand to have potentially a lost fire company or a closed fire station. You stand to have a decimation of the public school system in Brookline. I think they need to understand. John, I think that is a choice. Either we choose to fund the community that we want and that we have been able to, many have been able to benefit from, or we don't. And I think that's a very, very clear choice to the voters. And, if it doesn't pass, God, I really hope it passes. I'd get out and work hard to help that pass. But I'm inclined to put one very clear number on the ballot, a very clear explanation and a campaign that can get started tomorrow morning to educate the voters about what that means, to support it or what it means to not support it. And I think that we should do that as quickly and as expeditiously as we can so that we can get this discussion going within the community. So that's where I'm leaning, probably 98%, unless someone changed my mind.
Okay, David, do you have anything to say? I have 3 votes already, so you don't have to.
Well, I already mentioned I agreed with your position.
Oh, that's right, that's right.
Yes.
Okay.
I have a couple of comments. The first comment, you made, John, first of all, thank you for your remarks. To me, it was, as others have pointed out, remarkable in the consistency of the public comment. Even the people who I expected to be stronger messengers for what you are proposing didn't either appear with that message or appeared but had a different message. And so that to me was remarkable and noteworthy, number one. Number two, I appreciate your example of the bundling problem that you described with the 9th School and Driscoll, but I feel like this situation is somewhat different. This is much more of a basic operational budgeting question, as opposed to what was in that case a debt exclusion with 2 very significant sort of alternative options. And there was a lot of logic in the argument of, well, I might want one but not the other, that I don't think applies in this case. The third thing that I would say is, first of all, to thank the town administrator for all of the work that he's done on this question of phased-in money versus taking all of the increase up front and what the ramifications of that are. I think they are complex. But in the spirit of sort of compromise and a little bit of allowing for the possibility of the value of taking the money up front, If you think about the three possible fully funding scenarios of the $25.89 million as being everything phased in, the 23.25 as being the town phased in but not the schools, and the 18.6 being everything up front, it seems to me that taking the middle approach there, where the town has the opportunity to take its money up front and use the override stabilization fund to see how that works out over the period of 3 years, and let the schools continue to take the pay-as-you-go approach, is a reasonable middle ground, and something that I could support for both purposes. And so, just in terms of the one number that I've heard people talk about, that seems to be a reasonable one number to set forward. I think I'll leave it at that.
I guess, so my only question then is, do you want to take the town's number from that 18.6 one, which is 5.6 million, or do you want to take it at 5.31? Remember, we tried to hold it as low as possible to keep that at or below the 2023 override number, and to keep the town number low because the school's number was high. If you want to, but the town's share of the 18.6 was 5.6 million.
So what, Jess, what is it in the 23 point, so?
5.31. It's
5.31,
Yeah.
and you think it should be like the other?
I think it would be, it's healthier for the town to have it at 5.6 if we're going to do this sort of compromise solution, but I would be happier, either way works. Either way, it's going to work out.
I think, if I may, my answer to that question is actually dependent on the answer to my previous question about, like, you know, it would be helpful to be able to say, in an apples to apples comparison, you know, what the 27 increase in people's tax bills is going to be relative to 24, and 28 relative to 25, and 29 relative to 26.
Okay.
As long as they're apples to apples.
As long as they're apples to apples.
Right.
Yeah, that-
Right. And if making that change teeters the number over in terms of the percentage, then I would definitely go with the lower number.
Lower number, yeah. I would agree.
Lower number being what?
5.31 million for the town as opposed to 5.6.
John?
Thank you, Michael, for your comments. I do want to say, I fear seeming like the guy who always says, I've been on this board for 6 years now, and, you know, but I have seen a lot. And one of the things I saw in reference to your comment, you're not hearing from anybody who's opposed to this. Well, I know that we are indeed hearing from dozens and dozens and dozens of people who strongly favor this absolute, it has to be the highest number possible. And yes, there's a very well organized yes campaign, and my hat's off to them. This was a mass mailing campaign where, you know, the many letters that we received all said pretty much the same thing, with great sincerity and, you know, with great feeling. And many people took the trouble to add particulars, you know, of their own school experience. I'm not arguing against any of that. What I am striving to point out is, because you haven't yet heard from people who will take umbrage at being told tonight that they are not going to be given a choice of even an 85% alternative to the full number, doesn't mean there won't be a campaign. Not for the 85%. That would have been a good thing if the people who are motivated to vote no had an 85% alternative and decided, well, we'll give them that. But now they're not going to have that. That's going to strengthen their commitment to no, and it's going to solidify, it's going to bring into the camp of people who might organize a campaign to vote no, a lot of people who, again, would have been okay with an 85% approach to the problem, but now being told that they can't even see that on the ballot, they're going to be driven into a vote they would reluctantly take, because it's the only thing left to them maybe to vote no. And as an example of sort of the historical example, going back to my citing of the whole campaign over the 9th school, before that campaign was even, had even began, I happened to run into the most veteran member of the school committee at that time, who remained the most veteran member of the school committee for years afterward, and then and no longer, as of last year, is on the school committee. And she knew everything, and really did know everything about school campaigns. And I was on the way out of a meeting. We had a friendly relationship, and I said to her, what's going on here? Because the neighborhood I live in, people are saying to me, they don't want this 9th school that's being proposed, and they're the ones whose kids would go to it. So what's going on? And she literally looked at me and said, there is no opposition to the 9th school. And that school ended up being voted down, in a campaign on the ballot. So let's not kid ourselves that there's no precedent for people rejecting a question on a ballot when they're not given a choice. There is a precedent, and this would have been a good choice, I'm convinced, an 85% versus 100%, but now we're not even giving them that, and people are going to have to decide how they feel about that.
Yeah, I think the Baldwin situation is really not comparable to what we're dealing with here for the reasons that Michael mentioned, but also you have to realize that the opposition to Baldwin, I'm biased, okay?
You were for Baldwin.
Right, I was for Baldwin.
That would have cost us $100 million,
Well,
and we didn't need it, so we shouldn't
at
rehash.
that point, we did need it.
We
But
shouldn't
anyway,
rehash
the
that.
opposition was a well-funded campaign by local residents who had reasons other than what was good for the school to oppose it. That's my opinion. That may be biased, but I think that's a big, big difference between what we're dealing with here and the Baldwin situation.
So I pray that you're not wrong.
Well, and the other thing is, we don't know if the voters will vote for a $24 million override. We don't know that they won't, and we're making a judgment based on what we do know, which is not perfect, but what we do know in terms of the response to the community, as well as the analysis that has gone into the expenditure and override study committee report, the report that the school committee and Bella gave us this evening. And based on that, we have the basis for making a judgment.
But I think
no guarantee.
You would agree with me that the Expenditures and Revenue Study Committee specifically said in their report they did not have sufficient information as to whether to recommend a lesser alternative. That's another opportunity lost.
They recommended something that I no longer agree with. So, but it's still good information, still good data that goes into my judgment. So, Paul?
Yeah, so I do not want to
continue this discussion.
No, I don't want to completely dismiss John's concerns. I mean, I think John's right and partly right in that I do believe that only having one question on the ballot will lose some votes. The question is will it lose enough where it doesn't pass? And I feel strongly that there's such a compelling case that if we don't pass this, if you pass it at 85, John, we still have a train wreck in front of us, because your 85%, well, not yours, but a proposed 85%, which I understand your logic for it, and I do believe there's some wisdom there. It's dependent upon things that are totally outside of our control. In order to get our 83% health care number reimbursement down, our contribution 83 down to like 72 or something that's more in line with communities around us, you need some percentage of the unions to agree. That's
and
a
if they don't,
then we pay 83%.
And if the voters deny the override, then what do we do?
Right. Well, if the voters don't approve the override, John, we have bigger problems than 83. We're going to solve our 83% by getting rid of all the employees.
Yeah.
Right, so we won't have health
People are
insurance
gonna
to
hear
pay.
83%,
Right, yeah.
85%.
Yeah,
We're
so,
talking
yeah,
about two
so-
different things. We're
no,
talking
but-
about the cost of our healthcare. Yeah.
Right, but all I'm saying is the assumption at 85 is that you can negotiate steps and lanes, you can negotiate better terms on salary increases, you can negotiate, collectively on insurance, and I think that that's risky. I think that you can't assume that's going to
I
happen.
think if we can't, we're in even worse trouble than we thought. Because that means the question I posed for our very good school superintendent, is this what we can expect to see forever? 4.5%, 5%, 6%, 4%, 5%, 6%. Every year, year after year, year after year. And I talked to somebody who, I have to be careful how I describe this person. Let's just say their bona fides on a yes campaign are as good as anybody's in Brookline. And that person today is very, very concerned.
Yeah, I know. He
That-
was in the
that-
room. He
that
didn't
by
get up
not
and speak.
and made
I
the
encouraged him
case-
to speak. He didn't speak.
Made the case to us as select board members from his vantage point.
Yeah,
Shouldn't have even said his, but anyway.
He's very
From this person's
very
vantage
worried.
point, as someone who really knows yes campaigns,
Yeah.
that the time has come for there to be an alternative to the one and only approach to 100% of what we want, and for the very reasons that I tried to articulate, he could probably articulate them better.
Yeah, no, he did. And
So
he
it's
may-
real. It's real,
Okay,
and it's
Michael?
out there, and it isn't just the traditional no crowd.
I know.
Yeah, I understand. Michael?
I sort of want to pick up on Paul's point about the cost of healthcare and the other sort of personnel costs that we are bearing at ever increasing rates, and whether it's in the memorandum of agreement or the goals of both the superintendent and the town administrator in upcoming negotiations with the unions. I don't think that by passing full funding or proposing full funding, that we should be signaling in any way our lack of commitment to empower the superintendent to whatever degree we have, and the town administrator to whatever degree we have, to forcefully engage in those negotiations. I mean, I agree with you that 83% is not a sustainable number in terms of our payment on health insurance. But it is also true that even if we lower that number, whether it's to 80 or 75, or we manage to stagger it for new employees, or any number of the other ways that we could address that issue, that is still only a one-time improvement to our budgetary picture, given continually rising healthcare costs.
Well, other communities are negotiating that down.
Sure,
It's not
sure.
impossible
No.
to negotiate something down.
I
you know.
agree.
But
I
it's
agree.
not
But
instantaneous either.
No,
It's not
but they're doing it.
I-
And we're
Wait,
giving up.
let
We're
Chad
gonna just give
talk.
up.
Oh, I definitely. So I think it is a good point to say we are not giving up on this. I definitely don't.
Right,
We can't take the change as a given either, because we don't have the control over it. And I understand that's frustrating that we can't assume something that isn't there. But we are in a unique place. Like when Newton moved their numbers, I called the mayor. I called their Mayor Fuller, and I said, "How did you do it? How on earth did you make it happen?" She said, "I'm the mayor. I can do it." I said, "What?" And it's not just that we're a town form of government and they're a city form of government. It's that we got into the GIC too early. And when we got into the GIC, the rules were different. And because our rules, we're stuck in those rules, and we're one of the only communities that are. People have told me that back when Sean Cronin was in Melissa's job, that we actually pushed for a special act in the legislature to let us go by the other rules that the other communities use, and we didn't get it. I'm willing to do that again. I think we should take another crack at that. But I also want to use every tool at our disposal to negotiate in good faith with these teams, with the folks who came here tonight and made the case. I want to work collaboratively with them to get to a solution here. So I want people to know that we are not throwing up our hands and giving up on this. We know that it's not sustainable, and I think in their heart of hearts, they know that it's not sustainable. And so we all are going to have to work on what that means, and we're all going to have to phase that in over time, whatever that solution is. But we're committed to getting to a solution.
Okay, I think Paul has.
And I know John wants to continue with this, but, one of the points about, I argue against myself sometimes, so Dick Benka, who I have tremendous respect for, Dick, I think Dick would be advocating for two numbers, to have a choice. But his reason for choice is not necessarily, to give people a choice so they'll vote for it. Dick is probably maybe in line with some of your thinking, John, that, and I'm not going to speak for Dick, but I think this maybe is where he was going with it, is that you need to force the conversation.
Yes.
You need to force the conversation. So if you did some less number, you would be forced to have the conversation.
Yes.
I'm not convinced, even being forced to have the conversation, that the unions would then agree to it. We'd still end up with the layoffs and other things that we're going to have. My concern is even at the 85% number, John, you're seeing the cuts in the school system, the basic things for in grade school, where music and chorus and support in the first grade, that's the stuff you lose at 85%. That's troubling. And that on itself is not acceptable. So I think an 85%, and I forget what the impact was on the town side at 85%, but I know it was
around 580,000. It's 2 police positions. It's the DPW, 3 DPW positions.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah. So, but the thing, I think the town continues to function, frankly, at 85%. It's painful. I think the grade schools, it's a disaster.
How would they do at 0?
Well, that's a great.
At 0, that is the town saying that we're okay with the schools being devastated.
Yeah.
Now, we should then
I don't
ask
think so.
them again.
No, I don't think so.
No, I don't know. I mean,
it could be them saying, "Why didn't you at least give us a chance to vote for something 80?" How reasonable is 85% versus 100%?
It's not reasonable.
Then we have a different definition of reasonable. I appreciate Paul's comments, but I just think at the end of the day, it's all going to come down in the mind of the voters. They didn't even give us a choice. The ones who are opposed.
John, you're talking about the collective bargaining implications. If an override, fully funded, fails, then the voters have given us a very clear message that we can then take to the unions in these negotiations.
Same thing with 85%.
No,
but
it's
without the
different.
harm.
I don't think 85%
without the harm.
Because with 85%, there would still be that lingering question. Would the 85%, would the 23 million, would the fully funded version have passed if we didn't have the 85%? There would be that question. We wouldn't know. And so I think it would be status quo. If the voters come back and actually reject an override, that's a very clear message that we need to change the way we structure things.
It's a strange formulation. Would the full funding have passed if we didn't have the 85%? Well, sure. If you deny people even their 85%, some of them might, but that doesn't mean that they were for 100%. Yeah. So, are you satisfied that, by forcing voters to do this all or nothing choice, we're going to make a whole bunch of them, agree to something that they don't really agree with, but it was the only choice given to them?
Okay, why don't we vote?
Well, it's clear where this is going, but...
Well, so first, I want to say, I do want to say...
I don't want to extend this out into the next day.
And I do want to say this, and hopefully I won't be crossing any lines, but this is exactly why John's so helpful for the board, because I think he makes us think. I think if he wasn't sitting there, we would have ran off the cliff of 100%, 30 minutes ago. He is raising very valid points, and I'm not going to change my mind on this, but I think we're rolling the dice a bit with putting one number on the ballot. I do think it's a little bit of a roll in the dice, and it's an all or nothing bet. And I had conversations before we came back in with the YES folks outside, saying it's a roll of the dice. It could fail. I think it's a stark choice that we can make the case. And I guess we could come back later, Arlington did or Stoneham, but it would be very painful if it fails.
It's the rolling of the dice, as every override is.
Yep.
Our job is to make sure that people understand the consequences of one decision versus another.
Yep.
And the importance of a school system to not just the kids, right, but to our community.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't want to have our reputation across the country besmirched by our failure to support our schools and the devastating impact that that failure will have. So, yes, it's a rolling of the dice, but you know, that's life.
I gotta say one last thing, if you don't mind, because I keep bringing up the Driscoll ninth school example. When that went down, it was a year before Driscoll was brought back. That was a painful year, and so don't assume
That's a little different. I mean,
don't assume
building-
it'll be a week later.
Okay.
You know, we do it all over again.
No,
you know.
however long it is, but
Yeah.
Driscoll was the building of a school.
Yeah.
As opposed to supporting a school system.
Yeah.
That's on the brink of bad situation.
Yeah.
Okay, let's
And I
vote.
think
You know, and
Okay.
you know, the override vote occurs 2 months before the new fiscal year begins. You know, and if it goes down,
Yeah.
yeah.
It's not a good option,
No.
but, you know, if the voters tell us that we have to do that, maybe we have to do it.
Just one
Yeah.
last question. So logistically, in terms of coming back for another override vote, if it's necessary, how quickly can that realistically happen?
So you got to set the question within 45 days of the election. The election has to be called and set up and all of those things. What communities have done historically to hedge their bets in this situation is they have called contingency elections during town meeting. Or that is to say, at some point in April, you would call an election for June or July during the weeks of town meeting before the budget is passed, so that the voters would have another crack at voting on something before the FY27 budget was passed. But I need to talk to the town clerk about how the logistics of that.
Yeah.
I really appreciate that answer, because it opens the door to, now voters are gonna think, oh, they didn't give me a choice,
No, I wouldn't.
and
do
I
that.
can vote no,
Right.
and then town meeting
Oh.
can call for a second vote
Well, no,
within weeks.
Town meeting
Yeah.
can't, right? So
Yeah.
so you as the select board would basically have to call a contingency election, not knowing the outcome of the first election. That's
Yeah, let's
By the
not
way,
go
I
down
don't
that
really
path.
want to talk about a contingency election
Yeah.
because the point is, we got to pass this override. And I think the community is committed to the town services and school services sufficiently that, you know, we have a great chance of doing that, especially if we explain the consequences of not passing it and you know, what we get bypassing it. So, I mean, the discussion of, you know, contingency.
Yeah, I think it just adds risk to the whole thing, but I think a no vote says, you know, we don't value these services to the extent that you're paying for them.
Yeah.
So anyway, I'm happy
Okay,
to vote.
so, what's the question?
Is
What's the number?
23.25 the level that we are shooting for?
Well, the first question, I think, is, and we can combine them, but the first question is whether we go for a tiered override or a single line override.
Well, I think we could just move to put,
John wants to have on the record that he opposed.
oh,
No,
Right.
no, that-
I'm sorry,
No,
John.
but I think
I'll put
people are
words in, huh?
confused again. When you said the first question is we want to have a tiered, I thought you were back to talking about the two different versions of the full funding. I didn't know what you were talking about.
And
So,
then that's confusing on using the terminology on my part. I'm
Yeah,
sorry. I think what the chair is saying is this exactly your question? Do you want to have a question? If you want to have a question on the ballot that is other than the full funding request, right? A question that goes to whatever it is, 85% or what have you. Is that what you're?
well, yeah, sure. I'd move that, but I know what the result of the vote's going to be, but I do think that's the issue here.
do you want to
That's
move
the
that,
only-
John?
That's
Do you
pretty
wanna
much the
move
only
that?
alternative.
Do you want to move that?
I move that we have, as an alternative to the full funded question, a question that is at a level of 85% funded.
Okay, so that's a two-tier approach. Okay,
Back to tiers.
But he's setting the tier, which is fine.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Two questions.
Two hot dogs, I don't, whatever you want to call it. Okay, all in favor of John's motion, please indicate by saying aye. John Van Scoyac.
Aye.
Paul Warren.
Abstain.
Abstain. David Perlman.
No.
Michael Rubenstein.
No.
And chair votes no. Okay, what else do we have to decide?
Now we have to vote to, I move to put 23.6, whatever the number, what's the number,
You
Chad?
got two options. You got 23.6, which gives the town, so you have 23.5 and change, or 23.2 and change. You get the town's number from the fully phased, from the upfront.
What did you say? You had
Like,
an
your
argument.
concern was what's that impact on the taxpayers?
Right, the percentage numbers relative to.
Right, it's 0.009, I'm sorry, it's 0.09% more overall. And so what that means is, in terms of the actual dollar value for taxpayers, you're going to see for a median single family, and I want to use, I think Dick's formulation on this is helpful because I don't want to hide the ball on this. I want to be very clear that this is an upfront and ongoing cost. So, whereas in the 23.25, the median single family goes up by an additional $619. In this version, it goes up by an additional $637 in year one. So that's $18, but that's $18 then going forward.
Right, you're not answering the key question that I was asking relative to 23, and I'm not sure you're going to be able to give me that number. So if I were to take your motion, I would take the 23.25 number.
Yeah, it feels funny to me, Chaz, to trying to bump the number up a little bit at this. It's just, it feels weird to me. I think we should stick with the lower number.
Stick with what works. Stick with what works.
Yeah.
So the motion is.
So wait, what is the difference between the 3.5?
The difference is the amount of reserves that we are giving to the town to put in their override stabilization fund.
So isn't the real question whether we go with the town, piece being paid up front and the schools being paid over time, or the entire amount being paid over time?
Yes, that is the question, and in my motion, I am proposing an answer to that question, which is that the town take its money up front, and the school, which is the significantly larger number, to be pay-as-you-go.
Okay, and that's the 23.
That's the 23.25 number.
Okay.
We wouldn't put the 18.6 on the ballot.
Right.
Right.
Okay. Yeah.
I have.
Okay.
Sorry.
Then the next question, if that fails, is do we put the entire amount up front?
But that's not a question you have to answer now.
Well, he's
I'd like to answer.
Well, he's asking, do you want to have, so you're asking, do you want to have another number on the ballot? 18.
No, not another number. Whether the 23 million number is structured so that the town piece is paid up front and the school is not, or the entire amount is paid up front.
So the entire.
And that amount is put on the levy up front.
Yeah.
Okay.
I
think we should take the vote on the first one and then answer your question.
Can I ask a question about that? So with the entire amount being placed up, put on the levy in the first year, the cost is going to be lower than the other alternative over 3 years, or is it?
No, it will be
Okay,
more
be
over
higher
time,
over.
right.
That's right, higher over.
Over
Well, how
the-
much is it? What about over 4 years?
Right. In the long run, it winds up being less.
Okay.
But it's your question of your time horizon, right? I think Dick does a good job of explaining it in what he sent you, what he showed on the screen.
Yeah, no, I understand that, but the other issue is if putting everything up front, or putting everything on the levy up front, helps us to avoid falling off a cliff in 30, then we're able to tell people that you have 4 years at least of not having an override versus 3 years of less payments, but another override in the 4th year.
I think realistically, I think at this hour, trying to game out how to get to that number. Let me see if I understand what you're asking. Sorry, you're saying the 23. We're going to take the number, the 23.25 million. That's the number. And your question is, how much of that do we take up front versus phasing? Right Now, the proposal is the town takes 5.31 million of that upfront.
No. The question is, if we take the entire
Entire
amount up
Yep.
front,
Yep.
what is the difference between 3 years and 4 years? And do we have a deficit in the 4th year if we don't take it all up front?
Yes, you do. But you're going to, again, you're going to confront this no matter what, right? You're going to confront, because your policies snap back, because all these assumptions come due, you're going to confront, what do we do in FY30? That's going to be a hinge year, regardless of what happens here. Some of that you're going to be able to solve or mitigate with changes in policy. Hopefully, some of that you're going to be able to mitigate by getting your healthcare split resolved in a more healthy way. And you know, that gap will go down. But if you take all of that up front, that's a pretty sizable hit to the taxpayer. Does it get you through FY30? I'll do the math for you, but I think yes, it does, but it will come at a significant cost. And so it's also a deviation from how you do business traditionally, right?
Okay.
And so, I mean, I'll run it for you right now. We do 23.25 million.
As you're calculating that, can I ask whether the answer to this question actually affects what we put on the ballot?
No, it does not.
Okay.
Again, the commitment that you make to the community about how you phase this in is a separate question. Now, you have to decide that question before the voter guides go out, before the ballot, before the town council sets the ballot description and all of those things. So you have less time than you think you do. But theoretically, yes, you could set this question at 23.25 million and then decide, okay, we're going to take extra money off the levy up front, as long as you're honest with the voters about it, as long as you make clear to the voters this is what we're doing. But again, to the point that's been raised, query whether you want to do that. It's a departure from how you've done business.
Yeah.
Okay, so you're backing off of your proposal.
No, I'm saying it's to the point that Paul raised, right? What ENRSC has been through this whole time, what everyone has been through, is the assumption that the town is going to take the money up front, which is a little different than how we've done things in the past, in order to keep the overall dollar amount down because the school's number is so big. And the schools are going to take the money phase, as they always have, because they're going to defray the shock to voters in the first year, and they're going to the superintendent's point, build out, demonstrate stability in their costs going forward, stability in the cost increases going forward, to demonstrate that they're, this is.
But you have been arguing that taking everything up front had advantages.
It does.
Okay.
Absolutely. But I think
It also has disadvantages.
Right.
Okay.
And I think the argument. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, and that the implication was you supported that.
I do. I continue to, but I'm mindful of the fact that the feedback that I've gotten from
so
the board,
that's different.
the consensus of the board feels like it's moving against that option.
Right. Okay.
And that's fine with me. I respect that.
Okay. So why don't we vote on that? Okay. Make your motion.
So I would like to move that we put a 23.25 approximately number that represents full funding for the town and the schools, where the funding for the town is taken in the first year. The funding from the levy for the town is all taken in the first year, and the funding for the schools is taken on a as needed for their budget over 3 years. So that's.
Is that consistent, Chaz, with
That's not what the ballot question would say, but
Yeah.
so I have language on a ballot question, if that helps.
Sure. If
Town council is here and can check my words, but I think this
Okay.
is right. So moved to place on the ballot for the May 5th, 2026 municipal election the following question. Shall the town of Brookline be allowed to assess an additional $23,254,439 in real estate and personal property taxes for the purposes of funding the costs of Brookline Public Schools at $17,944,439 and funding the costs of additional expenditures in municipal departments at $5,310,000 for the fiscal year beginning July 1, 2026.
For the fiscal year
Yes or no?
starting July 1, 2020.
That's FY '27.
Oh, right. Okay.
David, you? Oh, okay. Okay, so you have your motion?
So moved.
Okay, all in favor, John Van Scoyac?
Abstain.
Paul Warren?
Yes.
David Perlman?
Yes.
Michael Rubenstein?
Yes.
And chair votes yes.
Right,
So we've
so-
done our job.
23.25439 is the question. I will just say now that so you have time until the ballot closes, presumably, if things go pear-shaped for some reason, we can talk about it next week. I will say, now that a ballot question has been set, there's limits to what staff can do in terms of our advocacy and all of those. Because I'm a policy-making official, I can talk about general impacts and so forth. But I would just ask folks to please respect staff if you ask questions of them and they say, "I'm sorry, I can't answer that." Please do not take pictures of staff in uniform. Please do not use staff as props before or material that belongs to the town for or against a political campaign. Those things can get very ugly very fast.
And we did get into some trouble, if I remember, with.
On the Pierce School.
On the Pierce School,
Yes.
with some
Yes.
communication using school resources, right? So we
Right.
want to
That
avoid all
wasn't
that.
us, that was a
No.
school employee.
Yeah, I understand.
But I just-
And
you know-
we can advocate.
Select-
for it.
You all can advocate, yes.
Just can't use town resources.
Can I ask Chaz a quick question? Because
Sure.
you said something, until the ballot is set, if the thing goes pear-shaped.
Yes.
What did you mean by that?
I mean, if you suddenly wake up tomorrow and have buyer's remorse.
And wanted to put an 85%
Yes,
on
yes.
the ballot.
You
We
can
could do that up
you can
until
You
when?
can do that until midnight on the 31st.
Okay. All right.
I would just say, right.
That's what you meant by pears. The pear shape.
No, pear-shaped, not
Pear-shaped, okay.
Pear-shaped is more complicated than pear-shaped. But yeah, I will just say, I will send out my usual message to staff about what we can and can't do. I would just say, please respect people's wishes and time on this. I know that's hard. I know people are advocating very strongly in both directions on this.
Yeah.
Just, please respect the fact that we all are, most of the folks who are involved in this are just trying to do their jobs, and can't be seen as advocates one way or the other. So, thanks.
Okay,
Mr. Chair?
yes.
I just want to,
Probably Bernard.
I just want to offer a thought. Since we obviously will not need to deal with this at next week's select board meeting, and it's now past 10 o'clock? No, it's not past, but it's approaching 10 o'clock. Would it be feasible to defer some, if not all, of the remaining items till the following week?
I guess, we can do that, right?
Let me see. Can we check the schedule?
The question is, that means the following weeks are going to be very, very.
Very packed, and I
very
do think
packed.
you've got departmental budgets. People are ready to go on this, and you have warrant articles that we've asked people to come in for, and I think those folks have been staying for a while. I would feel bad if we told them, having stayed till 9:50. Just kidding. But
How about item 11, rights of first refusal? Can that be put off? Or are people waiting around to speak on that?
The team is waiting.
Kara is online.
Kara is online.
Oh.
Why don't you?
Why don't we take 11?
Yeah. Why don't you take that? I mean, you could
Take that off, you mean?
No, you can take that now because
Okay.
Kara is here.
Sean O'Neill has been online for hours. She's
Yeah.
Yeah,
our
that's what I'm worried
interview
about.
For the
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Commission on Women.
So why don't we do this? Maybe Melanie, can you reach out to the warrant article petitioners who are here
She is here.
with our apologies and just email? Maybe we'll email them. So folks, if you're online, look for an email from Melanie. See whether or not it's feasible to go next week. Again, we apologize, but we want to make sure that that you get a full consideration here and not in the middle of the night. The parking stuff we can put off. That's no problem.
Okay.
Talking about the override stabilization fund, no problem. We can
That's
put that
good.
off.
Do you want me to just send a chat real quick to Chi-Chi and
Yeah.
Chi-Chi and Jessica are here for
Yeah.
their warrant articles. Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
So that leaves us with what?
11, 12.
How how about 13?
Are they online?
They're here.
Oh, they're here. Well,
Yeah.
then definitely, yeah.
Yeah. I
Okay,
think you
Melanie, okay, did we have an interviewee for the Disability Commission?
No.
Who was it that you
was
said is
here for
postponed?
disability for doing his annual report.
Okay, so that's what we're putting off.
He'll come next week because he was
Okay.
having technical difficulties with getting his listening device to,
Okay.
because he's visually impaired, he needed the listening device to tell him when to forward his slides, and there was a difficulty with the device he was using. So
Okay,
he's gonna come back.
So then we
We
can
won't do that.
postpone 13.
Postpone
then.
that.
Okay,
Yeah,
so why don't we start, can we start with Commission for Women so that Sean can
Yes.
get going?
Let me pull Sean in.
Sorry, Kara, but,
Sean is here.
Well, but Kara's next after this.
yeah, okay.
Maybe that will be a short conversation.
Sean, are you there?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you for your patience.
Okay.
You're welcome.
Sean, introduce yourself and tell us why you want to be on the Brookline Commission for Women.
My name is Sean O'Neill, and I've lived here for over 40 years. I am a disabled woman. And I'm running for library trustee because I care deeply about the role library plays in our community. Thoughtful decisions that keep the library strong. Strong, relevant, and accessible. Balancing tradition with innovation.
Sean, you're applying for the Commission on Women.
Oh,
Do we have that
I'm
wrong?
sorry. I'm sorry. No, you have it right. I have it wrong.
Okay.
So, I
what-
want to be
Yeah.
in the Women's Commission group because I feel like I have a lot to give. Being a handicapped individual, I can help to add more innovative changes for our handicapped and elderly in our community. I am ready to do the job put before me if I become library trustee. Thank you.
Member of the Women's Commission.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Okay. So, Sean,
Member of the Women's Committee.
Sean, tell me, what are some of the issues relevant to tenants in BHA housing where you live, relevant to women with disabilities, and relevant to library patrons that you think the Women's Commission should take up?
I think, for example, and you can tell me if I'm on the right path. I think that my neighbors and others in the community that are disabled, elderly, and so forth can benefit a lot from maybe a mobile library. Some people, can't make it to the library, and for that, one of the things to solve it was a thing called Libby, so like a library online, and it works, but it's not the end all. It's not the perfect thing that works. There are more things that need to be done as far as fundraising, change in the Disabilities Act group to see what changes can be done for the library, and most of all, community involvement. Community involvement is what keeps the library going. I can remember being a young adult, and on Sunday afternoons, we would go to the library. We would go to the library and then to like get ice cream or something. But my parents always let us know that it is a place for knowledge, and we should, if you don't have an answer to the question, don't be afraid to ask. So I think we should have that freedom as far as the women's group goes.
Okay, Michael?
Thank you. Hello, Sean. I know because I attend the Brookline Commission for Women meetings that you had attended a recent Brookline Commission for Women meeting before the Brookline Women of the Year celebration. And I wonder if you had any impressions of that meeting that you could share with us in terms of things that you thought went well for the Brookline Commission for Women, or ideas that were discussed that you would like to see taken further, or new ideas for the Brookline Commission for Women?
I felt the meeting went well, as well as it could be. And I was quite interested in what is to come in the future of the women's group. I mean, my thing is that equality also takes, time, but we need to do it fast. And being disabled, we could check up on the laws and make sure that we have the right things in place according to the disabled teams.
Thank you.
Thank you. So, Sean, as we usually do, we will make our decision to make appointments to various commissions at a later meeting, but I appreciate your coming before us and talking about your interest in the Women's Commission and the things that you can offer to that body. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Next, what have we got left here? I see a couple of our town department people here.
Why don't you maybe
Kara's online.
Oh, Kara.
David is
coming
here.
up. Okay, David. Hi, David.
Why don't we do that then? Why don't we do
Okay, Kara.
if we do planning in the departments and then be done if the warrant article folks are good
They
to
are
reschedule?
great to come next week. They
Great.
let me know.
Is that okay with you? Does
Yep.
that sound right?
Okay, so we have,
Kara's online. She said she'll share her screen.
okay. This is 16 William Street, remember?
No, it's it's broad. It's the right of first refusal. We
Right,
accidentally.
I was getting to that.
I'm sorry, but it's not about William Street. We mislabeled it. It was an error on our end.
Oh, it's another right of first refusal?
It's
I
about
thought?
a policy more generally.
Okay. Okay, then Kara, tell us what it is, because I sure don't know.
We will try to keep this brief, but I do want to say that David Guzman is in the room there with you and is taking the lead on this item.
So, good night. Thanks for the opportunity. What we're looking here is to try efficiencies in decision making. So, anytime that we have a typical standard resale of an affordable unit, which provides the opportunity to the town to exercise the right of first refusal, we don't need to come to the select board, but we can continue doing automatically. And we have situations where we have properties that requires a decision from the select board. Those are the ones that we want to come and bring that subject to this select board and make that decision. That's technically the memo that we are presenting here.
Okay, any questions? Paul?
I had spoken with Kara today via phone and had made a few suggestions to amend it. I think, is that included in what we have in our packet at this
Yes,
point?
yep.
So with those changes, I thought it would be, I would support its passage. I probably would support it anyway, but I think this makes it a little bit better.
Okay. Could you tell us what those changes were?
Yep, so one change was to allow some discretion in the policy. So if the planning department felt that even though the right of first refusal fit in their authority to do it, if for some reason Kara or director wanted to bring it to us because there was something different about it, they could do that, so they have choice. I asked for some notification to the board so that, we don't end up with a kind of delegation creep, so we can stay in the loop. So if, on a regular basis, when they do approve it, they could send it to us or send it quarterly, and then as part of their annual budget review, they would summarize what had been happening. And did you put in a 5-year review, Kara, or something? Is that what you ended up doing?
Yes, what I put, the language says that this authorization will expire 5 years from today unless otherwise renewed.
Yeah, so just force a formal review to see if the policy makes sense.
Good. Okay. Any questions, John?
I confess to being confused as to what this is, the implications of this are. This right of first refusal, are we talking about possible acquisition of properties? What are we talking about?
Well, the right to acquire property.
Yeah, and we would authorize the planning board to acquire a property without even going through the select board?
I think it's
the opposite.
yeah.
So many of our affordable housing units created by the inclusionary zoning program or CDBG funds or home funds, they have a restriction. And that restriction allows the town the opportunity to acquire the unit in the event that the owner decides to sell the unit. So we can go in first position, acquire the unit, and then, reconvene the purpose of that unit for affordable housing purposes. That's the intent here.
Thank you, but Michael said, no, it's not what I said, but the opposite. I don't understand.
The reason I said the opposite is because the policy has to do with assigning the capacity to refuse the right of first refusal. So we're not, as I understand it, granting anybody in the planning department the right to actually acquire the properties, only to refuse the right.
Or decline.
Well, which is it?
Decline.
Pass on the option, yeah.
Pass on.
Which is it?
Pass on the option.
Right, it's the same thing as decline.
Yeah. So by law, it's indeed restricted. Every unit that is going to come on the market, John, has to be approved. But you have to refuse it, so then the buyer and seller can make the deal because the town doesn't want it. For the typical easy cases, we would delegate the authority to the planning department to make that decision. More complex things like William Street and other things like that would come to us for sure. But
what happens if they decide not to decline the right of first refusal?
You mean to decline or to?
No, not decline.
So if they're not decline. So Kara, what happens if you do not decline? If you decide not to decline the right of first refusal, are you committing to us to buy
Committing
it?
to buy or decide to buy it.
Or does it
Or
come to the
exercise the
select
right.
board for the decision?
To back up a minute, what David was talking about is that our normal kind of practice when there's, an individual condo in a larger association, when it comes up for sale, it already has a permanent affordable housing restriction. And what David and his coworkers do is make sure that that sale of that unit remains in perpetuity as an affordable housing unit and is also fairly marketed to the next buyer, that kind of thing. One of the hooks, one of the leverage points that the town often has, not always, in those deals is that we put the existing owner on notice that we have the right of first refusal to purchase that property. What we usually do, by practice, these come up rarely, is we say, okay, we're willing to decline the town's right of first refusal in exchange for the party working with us to make sure that the property is sold to another qualifying income household, and that all of the state rules and fair housing rules are met.
If I may, one more question. And this applies to any and all situations where something is presented to us, and then there's a. But if you have some some doubts in your mind about this, don't worry, because we'll limit this to 5 years, and then it has to be reviewed every 5 years. I never know who's around 5 years from now who says, "Remember how the select board made that vote 5 years ago to allow the planning department to refuse the right of first refusal?" It's time for us to re-examine that again. I'm just not sure how meaningful that is, and who's keeping track of this. If it's a good idea, I'm not sure why we would have to sort of pretend to sort of leave ourselves the out of. Some of us might not be on this board. I hesitate to bring that up, but.
It just forces the review, John, that if then.
I know, but.
So then take
Yeah,
it.
yeah, but where, I've never understood how people, who's keeping track at town hall that it's time to bring this up to the select board.
It's a great question.
That's a question.
But I assume they have a tickler system or something, or whatever the
I hope so.
current version of tickler systems are.
Yes, we've actually been doing a better job of this. We're tracking, things that we have said in policies in the past.
Yeah.
When are they due for renewal? When are they due to come back before you? We are tracking that centrally now, so we will continue to do that. And yes, so you don't have to, none of us could be sitting at this table in 2030. It could be a whole new group of people, but we have a system in place that outlives people.
I'm glad to know that, David.
So I have a question about the proposed addition of 6D around notification. That notification of the select board is simultaneous to notification to the broader market. I'm wondering why it would be simultaneous as opposed to
Doesn't need to be.
the select board in advance.
It's.
If I'll answer that question if that's okay. If it's to the select board in advance, then we might as well not have this policy, because then we're not being authorized to do anything. The thought here is to try to streamline some of our activities, and when we know that the sale is ready to go, because sometimes there's fits and starts, when we know the sale is ready to go, we package up all the materials, there's photos taken, we are working with the state agencies, everything's a go. And at that point, we can notify you that since we are authorized, if we were authorized, we would be notifying you that the sale is, real, that it's starting, and that's an indication that the right of first refusal was not acted upon. Usually those rights of first refusal have a 30-day window, but David could answer that question.
So if it's a scenario where you would want select board input, then it would come to the select board first.
Absolutely, we'd be here the next day.
That's
Yep.
what we're looking for. So far we have an inventory of 153 affordable owner-occupied units. All of those units has an affordable housing restriction, and that restriction has a set of protocols and steps and actions in order to, when we have the opportunity to resell the units, the restriction will tell us what to do. Some of them incorporate a right of first refusal, which is not, most of the time, not exercised because the restriction allows and goes in perpetuity. So we just want to make sure that the next buyer is an income qualified person or family below the threshold of 80% of AMI. And that's the mechanic.
Paul?
Should, maybe in response to John raising this issue, should we add something that if you decide to exercise the option to purchase, that you would first come to the select board?
Yes, I don't think that we're authorized to exercise to purchase property. I think we'd actually have to go to town meeting for that.
That's a
so-
feature, not a bug.
Yeah.
Yes, we have to go to you. We have to go to town meeting. Right. We are not authorized to go out and buy property.
I mean, so just to keep things moving along, if I may,
Yeah.
Bernard, I mean, this is simple. It's a simple ask to improve efficiency. This is not something that comes along a lot. And if, we're going to get notified on a regular basis of their decisions, and if the board decides that this thing's getting out of hand, it doesn't make sense, then you can adjust the policy or
Okay.
rescind it.
So I'd like to move approval of the policy with respect to rights of first refusal for affordable housing. Any further discussion? All in favor? John Van Scoyac?
Aye.
Paul Warren?
Aye.
David Perlman?
Aye.
Michael Rubenstein?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Thank you, David.
Awesome. Thank you so
Thank
much.
you, Kara.
Good night.
So next, we have, what's next
Thanks, David.
there?
Thanks, Kara.
Department budgets, huh?
Town clerk, finance, AC, and IT,
Okay.
and then that's
I
it.
see the town clerk, Ben Kaufman, is back there, since you're first up. Come on up.
Just a reminder to all the departments, the clock is running this year. It's 10, you got 10 minutes.
I thought it's 3.
Yeah.
Extra points for.
At this time of night, it's 3.
I'll certainly try to keep it under 3. Thank you, Chair, and members of the Select Board. I'm going to keep it short and simple without even doing any slides. The town clerk's budget is fairly standard and straightforward, except for the fact that it's a dramatic increase from prior years. That's entirely due to the fact that this year we will have 3 elections, as opposed to last year when we only had 1. Except for the increase for those elections, it is a flat budget from last year, and there is no additional increase in the town clerk's budget. Happy to take any questions.
Oh, that was quick.
Sounds good.
Any questions? I'd just like to say that in your report, in your budget report, you mentioned the documents that are in your files for the, let me get this right, semi-quincentennial of the American Revolution. I urge you to make those documents available to the public so that we can see Brookline's role in the American Revolution. And you brought stuff with you.
Certainly. I brought one with me. I won't read the whole thing, but I do think noting the impact that history has in Brookline, that we're a big part of that the cultural moment in 1776 in the Revolution. I think it's important to read a small passage that was written in the hand of one of my predecessors at a town meeting on May 20th, 1776, where town meeting voted that if the Honorable Congress should, for the safety of the American colonies, declare them independent of the Kingdom of Great Britain, that we, the inhabitants, will solemnly engage with our lives and our fortunes to support them in the measure. There's a number of passages like that related to the Tea Party, to enlistment, to men from Brookline signing up to join the Continental Army, and debates that happened around the formation of the Massachusetts Constitution, the oldest continuously used constitution in the world. So it's very important documents. It's both a preservation work that's important for us to do, as well as ways to make it more accessible to the public, especially in light of the 250th, and I will not attempt the proper name for the for that.
And at risk of getting myself in deep, deep trouble, some of the language in these documents sort of reminds us of the relevance of that period of time to the present period of time in terms of the issues that the colonists were struggling with the king over there. I'll leave it at that. Paul?
I will mention that it's all in cursive too, and they wrote beautifully. And we don't even teach cursive in school anymore. Did you know that?
Do we?
It's almost dead.
Sometimes we do.
It's almost dead. I do have a question. So for your budget, and I haven't vetted these concerns. I think I've on the TMMA list, which is kind of the Wild West these days. There's been some concerns raised, I think, about operating hours and availability of staff being present. Does this budget fully fund your, 8 to 5? What's the hours of the town clerk's office where someone is present to say hello to us?
Sure. The clerk's office is currently open 8 to 5 Monday through Thursday and 8 to 12:30 on Friday, the same hours as the rest of town hall.
Okay.
This budget funds current staffing levels, which is 5 full-time employees and 1 part-time employee. The struggle that we always have, especially around election season, is having sufficient staffing to cover all aspects. Usually when the clerk's office is closed in the middle of the day, it's because we're actually doing an all-staff training, mostly related to elections administration. We want to make sure everybody gets updates and information simultaneously, as opposed to kind of piecemeal and ad hoc. So we will periodically close the clerk's office for an hour during a lunch to make sure that everybody is on the same page with whether it's the process for handling vote by mail, what the plan is going to be for nomination papers, or whatever is that topic that we want to make sure we're emphasizing for the staff.
Okay, thanks, Ben.
Okay, thank you.
Excellent.
Appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Okay. And next, the finance director or treasurer, the town finance department.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I do have a presentation, but I promise to go through it very quickly and efficiently. One moment.
Hey, Melanie, could you unpin Sean O'Neill?
She's not pinned.
Oh, she's not?
Shares his screen, should switch over.
Oh, yeah. Okay, thank you. So I am Lincoln Heineman, the town's director of finance. I might not have any things as stirring to say as Ben regarding the the revolution in our country, but again, I'll nevertheless am here to talk about what is can be an overlooked but very important department. Joining me online still, which I really appreciate, are our 4 division heads, Chelsea Stevens, our comptroller, Don DeVito, payroll director, Rick Seville, in his first time at this meeting in the full role as our chief procurement officer. He had for many years served as our assistant chief procurement officer and interim chief procurement officer, and very happy to have him in the permanent role as the chief procurement officer. And filling in for Ted Costigan, who is away on a family emergency, is our assistant chief assessor, Alex Boyarin. So thanks very much for the opportunity to discuss the finance department's budget and some of the goals that and accomplishments that we've met in fiscal 26 and what we're looking forward to into fiscal 27. I won't, this board knows, happy to take any questions about it, but we have our 5 divisions: assessing, comptroller's office, payroll, purchasing, and treasury collection within the finance department. In terms of accomplishments in fiscal year 2026, I'll show you in some of the ensuing slides how these are aligned with the select board goals. Number 1, we have maintained our AAA bond rating. The board may recall that over the past year and a half, actually, there have been efforts to update our financial policies and reserve policies, and thank you for the board's support in doing that. Those have addressed the areas that are most directly under the ability of the town to directly impact what our bond rating is and maintaining our AAA bond rating, particularly around maintaining reserves, unrestricted reserves as a % of prior year net revenue. So that's been helpful, and thank you. The board knows very well that the Expenditures and Revenue Study Committee has been working over the past not quite a year, but 9 months. I specifically have, in concert with a lot of other staff members, have been helping to staff that, and particularly the Futures Subcommittee of Expenditures and Revenue Study Committee. And I'll touch briefly later on one of the things that came out of the Future Subcommittee of the Expenditures and Revenues Study Committee, of an area that is within the Finance Department's gambit going forward. And then in terms of accomplishments over the last year, seeking to continue our current pilot agreements and seek new ones. We have had a new effort to seek new pilot agreements. It's been difficult and challenging, but it's something that we're pursuing in order to attempt to find some new revenue in that area. The board will recall mid last year that the town renewed the payment in lieu of taxes agreement with Boston University, maintaining that $1.2 million and will be growing over time amount that that BU contributes to the town's budget each year. And so, in some cases, with number one, the more things change, the more they stay the same in terms of key goals going forward into fiscal year 2027. We certainly want to continue with that goal in alignment with the select board's goals to maintain our AAA bond rating. We've had renewed focus on maximizing revenue, particularly with respect to parts of tax-exempt properties that are taxable because they have a for-profit business going on in there. So we're making sure that those pieces are identified and appropriately taxed. And then this is sort of the plumbing of the finance department, but nevertheless very important. It is something that we want to pursue. We right now, Munis is our accounting system, our system of record for the town. We actually use a different system, VADAR, for keeping track of tax collection, and it's something that we'll want to think about integrating going forward. I won't go deep into the numbers, but just to show that without an override, the finance department budget overall would decrease by 1%. There are some increases. The only increases are in comptroller and treasury collection. Those are contractual increases for the Munis enterprise system that we need to pay to maintain that. The decreases, again, without an override, as currently constructed in the budget, would be within the purchasing division, and that is personnel. So I won't go too deep into this, except to say, happy to take questions about these alignments, but these are the goals, again, and accomplishments in over the last fiscal year for the finance department, and how they are aligned with the goals of that the select board laid out. And likewise for fiscal year 2027 and the goals going forward. Yeah, I'll leave it at that. The one thing I'd mention, and this is sort of goals in their alignment with the proposed roadmap, the 2030 roadmap. The one item here I'd bring your attention to that I mentioned earlier, coming out of the future subcommittee of the Expenditures and Revenues Committee, was a recommendation to look at the OPEB funding policy and its implications. As the board knows, you have adopted a policy that would send a large portion of what would otherwise be going into funding unfunded pension liabilities in 2030 and 2031 going forward into OPEB, outstanding OPEB liabilities. There were some recommendations from the Expenditures and Revenues Committee in their final report regarding that, so it's certainly something that I know will be asked to engage with in the finance department. This is sort of just a quick discussion of, in particular, increased service demands that may be coming up. The board's heard about unfunded mandates from town meeting. A couple things we're certainly monitoring carefully. The rent stabilization legislation would certainly have an impact, particularly on the assessing division, in terms of what the rent stabilization legislation, if passed in the legislature, would certainly impact the assessing division's work in following the state law to ensure that we have full and fair assessments for all properties in town. The real estate transfer fee legislation, if that passed in the legislature, again, would have a pretty significant impact on actually my work and the Treasury Collections work in tracking that. So again, just a quick discussion of if the override that is now on the ballot tonight did not pass under the current configuration now, there would be a reduction in staffing. This would certainly have an impact on the services provided to the public, particularly around answering questions and reviewing residential exemptions and in the purchasing division. So again, that's sort of a truncated, because of the hour, truncated presentation, but obviously very happy to answer any questions that the board may have.
John.
Thank you very much, Lincoln. I did hear assessing mentioned, and I think you might be aware there's quite a brouhaha going on the town meeting member listserv. And I'll sum it up with a simple request, because I noticed the deficiencies of this transition to a different form of application for accessing information about your assessed values of houses up and down your street, everywhere in town, and the taxes on them. The tax information, which used to be readily available for every single property in Brookline, not just for this year, but for previous years, isn't there anymore. And what is going on? And I would appreciate very much that people can be reassured that that's going to be restored, and that they can actually look up the tax information for their street, for their neighborhood, for the town, other parts of town, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
Sure. So, two things. The old system is not able to be supported anymore by the town's vendor. So there's two parts of it. One is that there's a part of it that is supported by the town's assessing software, and that is not able to be supported anymore. There's also a series of home-built applications, which frankly, we have a new chief assessor. The old chief assessor was very skilled at writing code, actually, and doing that backup. And, that's not an area of expertise for a new chief assessor, who I would say is very skilled at doing the key parts of his job, which is assessing. And he's absolutely found new areas of new growth and that we weren't accessing previously. All of the information, so I would certainly acknowledge what is up there now. It has it has all of the information, and actually more information that was there. It is not pretty, and it is something that, but it is software that's used by many municipalities in Massachusetts.
I'm sorry, but it's late, and everybody would, I'm sure, appreciate us moving this along. Will there be the information restored to the system so that the average person on any given day at any given time can go to the assessor's website and look up? I don't keep all my tax bills. Most people don't. remind myself, what did I pay last year? What did I pay the year before? What did my neighbor pay? What did the person across town pay?
So all that information is up there now in the assessor's data files.
Just not accessible.
It's not
Yeah.
accessible.
Well,
Yeah.
right. So, I mean,
It's not just tax bills. I mean, it's a lot of other things, like, for example, whether people are taking the residential exemption.
Right, right.
Yeah.
So when will the public be able to get this information? Like it used to. I mean, you can say what you will about the old system, but it worked perfectly. I've been using it for years to look up stuff.
yeah. So, I mean, the fact that it's not supported by our software provider now is a fact. They have promised to continue to make improvements. I would, maybe this isn't the moment to figure it out, but I think, may I suggest a way forward is to make sure that the data that folks are most want access to, that they can access. Because I would say that there is no piece of data that I'm aware of that is not accessible now. It is in a different format, but there is no piece of information that I'm aware of, and I took a look through it myself yesterday, that is not available now. It is in a different format.
So, interesting, several people have emailed us about this and have emailed Ted, and I have Ted's email here, which says that, he says that he believes the new database has all the same features, which may be that they're in different places. So for one, a person asked, where's the valuation history? So you click on the previous assessment tab. For the map link, you click on the map tab. For the details about the structure, interior or exterior. And Ted has offered to do a tutorial and is scheduling a time that will help people figure out how this
I noticed the question he didn't answer is, where can you look up the tax on your house?
I mean, we can.
So that is available in the data files. I believe it is still available online in the Web Pro.
I think what
I haven't been able to find it.
is that we need maybe some instructions on how to get to stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, because I've gone to the new system and it's just totally confused. I mean,
It is
at least to me. I mean, I'm not a computer genius or anything.
Well, I just want to add one thing. This is assessor's database. So this first. You guys okay? Yeah. Sorry. I mean, this gets to a broader issue that whenever we transition or we change a taxpayer or customer-facing application, we shouldn't just change it. There's a process that we go through to, notify and assess, pardon the pun, things that impact the community directly on information systems. And I don't know how this one got away from us. You actually told me earlier that this was done a year ago. It's been in place for a year?
9 months to a year, I believe.
9 months to a year. So I guess people just started to look at their tax bills. But I think that it just gets to a broader issue of how we actually do change. And anything that touches a customer, we should think of taxpayers as customers. We should probably be a little bit more deliberate and communicative about it. And not just be driven by that we have a new assessor and he decided to change the system because it's not supported. I don't know if that was the reason why. But I do have, can I ask him an unrelated question?
Sure.
Maybe I'll throw you a lifeline on this one. But this is a harder question. So in your goals, I was hoping to see that we would get our audits back on track.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. That seems to be missing. We're still at least a year behind. And I would like to see that prominently as maybe goal number one, because that affects our AAA bond rating. I mean, we're kind of flying blind here with how we're doing with our audits. So anyway, that would be my feedback. Is please add that if you could. Thanks.
By the way, our audit's supposed to go to Emma, the securities office. What are we doing about that if we're not up to date?
We are up to date with those filings on Emma.
Okay.
Yeah. So, If I could briefly return to the previous topic,
I saved you. Why would you want to go back?
David has a question, so.
Right,
it may not
just-
be
so
saved.
getting back to that topic, maybe I'm just doing something wrong here, but is there a way you can even just look things up by address instead of by parcel number or by last name of the owner?
Yep.
I'm going to teach him.
Okay. Well, what I was going to suggest was we can absolutely commit to having a tutorial on how to find this piece of information, how to find an X piece of information, Y information, Z information. So that is something we'll commit to creating expeditiously, so that while folks would access it in a new and different way, we'll have a quick, hopefully short, I think we could do it in one-page tutorial, in addition to the online tutorials that we can do with any group that would be interested in doing so, to tell people how to access a particular piece of information.
Okay, I have a different type of question. So, the treasurer invests funds like the Affordable Housing Trust, which we've talked about, but also cemetery perpetual care funds, library trust funds, and other funds. With the Affordable Housing Trust, we were earning the huge amount of less than 1% interest on our investments of that huge amounts of money. And that was fixed with some problems, but it was fixed. But my question is, are we making sure that all of the funds that we're investing are being invested at as high a yield as possible? Given the restrictions that many of these funds are subject to.
We are. So
we can't be leaving huge sums of money on the table, especially in this period.
So each of these, so for example, the library trustees and the cemetery trustees, each of them have particular and slightly different goals that they've communicated. So within the context of those slightly different goals across different groups, yes. The answer is yes, but some of them, for example, the library trustees have some more autonomy with their trust, and they've set out a more conservative, a more conservative investment profile that they would like to see. And so we've been following that per their instructions, for example.
I just want to make sure that we are not defaulting to, what the banks want to give us. Okay. Any other?
Okay. We should let him off the hook.
Okay, you're off the hook. Thank you.
Thanks for your time.
Beat him up later.
No, we don't need to beat him up. Okay, I think the advisory committee's next. I see Dennis already out in the audience there.
He may have reprogrammed the whole thing. We're sitting there with better access to the assessor information. He's so good at that.
Hello, everyone. Hopefully this will be even faster than the town clerk's update, since our budget is published in the online interactive budget is $32,022, and we've actually reduced it by $750 from what the original adjustment was, to try to mirror the reductions that were taken by the town administrator in his own budget. Our budget is largely comprised of salary for our exemplary administrative assistant, Lisa Porscher. So that's $27,800 of the total. But we do have a modest amount set aside both for food for meetings when we're here in the building, and for professional dues and training and conferences. And we've had more interest in the past few years for participation in MMA events of one form or another. So we've actually bumped that request up by a small amount. But then, to take into account the fact that we're meeting in person significantly less frequently, we reduced our request for the meals budget by $1,000. So our total request for this year is $31,272.
Thank you. Any questions? No? Thank you, Dennis.
Thank you.
Okay. Next, IT. I see that Feng Yang is on email, on Zoom.
Good evening.
Good
Chair
evening.
Green. Can you hear me all right?
Yep.
Okay.
Hear you and see you.
Great. Good evening, Chair Green, Mr. Carey, and members of the board. Feng Yang, Chief Information Officer, Information Technology Department. I will be super brief. You have had a long night. I'll strive for 3 minutes, and I promise you it'll be under 10. So let me share my screen. Can you see my screen?
May I go to 10?
She promises no more than 10.
Okay. So let me dive right into it. The FY27 town IT proposed operating budget is $2,741,150, and it's a 1.98% increase. Primarily, it's the annual inflationary cost for software licensing and leased computers, and then the remainder is due to personnel step increases. And I will highlight our accomplishments in 4 areas. Number 1 is cybersecurity. We have maintained a grade A throughout the year. That's due to huge effort from the IT staff. And number 2 is, before I move forward, so the standards we follow is the National Institute of Standards and Technology framework, which was updated last year to add it. It added the govern section, which it took out the governance out of all the different categories and emphasized it. So this is we continue to enhance the cybersecurity program. And here are some of the specific accomplishments in cybersecurity. I won't bore you with all of it. I just want to highlight that we, thanks to you, your efforts, your help, that brought us to the finish line, and you adopted the IT resource use policy, the updated policy, also the Gen AI use policy and written information security policy. These policies are extremely important. Particularly, I want to thank Mr. Rubenstein, who worked with us and helped us bring to the finish line. Our network and infrastructure group has done a great deal of improvements in our on-premise and cloud infrastructure. So I will not bore you with all the details, but rest assured that we continue to enhance our infrastructure performance and security. And digital services team continues to work with all departments to streamline business processes and improve services. And I want to just highlight that our website has won the Massachusetts Municipal Association Website Award, as you all know. And our service desk, that's number 4, our service desk team has continued to provide excellent customer service. And so we had our IT service management system randomly sends out after service survey to users, and with 6 questions. So I'll just highlight a couple of them. Number 1 is, how satisfied are you with the overall experience? So 87%, which is 193 survey results, are very satisfied. 10% are satisfied. So in total, our satisfaction rate is 97%, which is very high for service desk. And second question, how would you rate the professionalism of the technicians? 95% of the responses said excellent. So I'm very happy with the results, but we continue to improve. And on the top, you can see our it's a weekly average time of a ticket that's created to resolve. So we continue to improve. Some of the there are some when there's staff out, shortage of staff or on vacation, you'll see spikes sometimes, and also you'll see spikes during our busy time, for instance, the beginning of school year. But overall, our trend is going down. So we continue to improve that. I challenge your visual by going from right to left. And I want to very quickly just talk a little bit about our AI journey, as this emerging technology could potentially bring exponential change down the road. So we started a couple of years ago with understanding the risks, and then as with any emerging technology, right? We want to be at the cutting edge, but we don't want to be at the bleeding edge. So we focused on governance to start after we understood some of the risks. And I mentioned the policy and guidelines, the Gen AI policy earlier. We also have added modules to our annual employee awareness training. We added AI sessions, modules to those training so that users are aware of deepfake, of all the other risks that are associated with AI. And also we have added an AI section to our vendor cyber posture review vetting questionnaire that we send out to all prospective vendors. And we also have started last year revisiting existing vendors, because we have a lot of systems now have an AI feature that are made available but not turned on. So we started to vet existing systems. And also what's very important is that we need to protect our data in the era, in the era of AI. So data classification and governance is a huge tedious work that we need to do. So we continue to work on that. And we currently are experimenting. We have some test pilots, and these pilots may go on for longer than usual because the space is changing very fast. So some of the AI test pilots are Canva AI, Zoom AI Companion, Microsoft 365 Copilot. Our ITSM system has an AI feature that summarizes tickets. We also have staff that are testing AI, creating AI agents, and also we're reviewing other tools. So these test pilots gives us a good understanding of the risks and also how it actually will be helpful in our environment, right? So we have departmental users that are part of the test pilots. We want to work with all departments to identify the AI use cases and how most efficiently to make use of it. So that's where we are. I just want to also very briefly say that we follow these fundamental AI principles that to keep our environment secure, our data safe, but also be able to utilize or take advantage of emerging technology. And there are two ways that are how you can, sort of get value from AI, right? AI assistance, that's knowledge interaction, and agentic AI, which are AI agents that some of them can autonomously work with, AI agents. So that's automation. But all of those will be built upon a governance practice and tools, custom tools, and based upon sort of foundational AI principles. And I have 1.5 minutes left, so I promised you to under 10 minutes, so I'm going to be very quick. And some stats in the industry are showing pilot production success rate is 5%, and the increase of computing cost is 89%. So we're watching very closely. We continue to explore, and we want to be at a much better sort of position where the success rates are higher and the costs are going down. So with that said, very quickly, our mission hasn't changed. Our long-term goal is still the same. And then our FY objective, we continue to improve cybersecurity, work with the departments to achieve the goals set by the select board, and we continue to enhance our infrastructure. And that ends my presentation. As I promised, it's under 2 minutes. I didn't achieve 3 minutes. My apologies.
Thank you, Ong. You left 35 seconds on the table, so. Any questions from the select board? Michael?
First of all, thank you to you and your team for all of the work that you're doing in this area. It really is foundational work for the entire town government and therefore foundational work for the entire town. So I just wanted to recognize that reality. You spent a lot of time talking about AI and AI governance and some of the work that you're doing. I'm wondering if you will be able at some point to report on the sort of range of use cases that are under either that you are working to develop pilots on, or use cases that other departments have suggested. And I would hope that at some point in the near future that other departments can also sort of directly report on their incorporation of AI into their various workflows and how you might support that incorporation across the town governance.
Certainly, in the near future, we should be able to talk about some of the use cases. Out of the pilots, we have departments participating in those. For instance, Canva AI, we had a pizza party, and we had users talk about, whether or not it's useful to them, and they did not find the AI features in Canva that's very useful. So that's one. Zoom AI companion, we have a lot of public meeting hosts that are part of the pilot, and they have, in the very beginning, a Zoom AI companion was just not useful. The information it summarizes, sometimes it's hilarious, and it's really funny, and it's wrong. But over time, it has gotten better. It still is not completely accurate, so human in the loop is very important. And all public hosts have been instructed that any summary that's generated by Zoom AI companion needs to be reviewed before it become meeting minutes. We have had a users group meeting on that particular use case, right? And basically it's, summarizing the meeting, taking meeting minutes and things like that. We have not had a users group meeting for Copilot because we're waiting for some of the features to be made available in the government cloud. As you know, government cloud, we're in the government cloud of Microsoft, and usually government cloud is about 6 months behind commercial because it has to go through very rigorous federal FedRAMP authorization. So we're waiting for some of the features to be made available, and then we will have our user pilot testers group meeting, which includes departmental, like health department, other departments, users. And then we'll talk about the use cases. And then we, after that, we have others. And then we really need to work with departments to see what are some of the useful cases, right? So that's definitely in the near future, we should be able to talk more about it.
Great. No other questions? Thank you, Feng. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Feng.
You're welcome.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Have a good night.
Great. Okay, we're at the end of our agenda because we're not doing any of the warrant articles. Okay. Is there anyone in the audience or online who would like to make a public comment? Hearing none, I will therefore end this meeting. Thank you. And we accomplished something really important.